Let's see what's going on. Hey, Sean, if you can hear me, or Kirti, I think I figured out what was going on with my desktop, so I'm going to switch computers at some point.
Okay, if you'd like to go ahead and do that now, you can, and we'll wait.
Perfect. All right, much better. There we go.
All right, council member, you may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. Today is July 6, 2021, and we are meeting remotely via the Zoom teleconferencing platform. The time is now 12:16 p.m., and I'm calling to order this joint public hearing of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities and the Committee on Business and Economic Development. The topic of today's joint hearing is Bill 24-294, the Wilkinson School Disposition Authorization Act of 2021. The history and status of this bill are a bit complicated, but I'm going to lay it out simply and briefly. The Wilkinson School is a 4.2-acre campus in Ward 8 owned by the District of Columbia government with a school building of about 140,000 square feet. Lately, the DC Infrastructure Academy has used the Wilkinson School building to provide job training to district residents. Meanwhile, DC Prep, a charter school network, has operated its Anacostia Middle School program out of another district-owned school building about a 13-minute walk away, known as the Bernie Building. DC Prep has been looking for a new location for Anacostia Middle. After exploring a couple options, they decided on the Wilkinson building as the best option. The mayor and her team have decided to support DC Prep's request to operate Anacostia Middle out of the Wilkinson building, so they filed the bill before us. The bill would pave the way for the Department of General Services, or DGS, to provide DC Prep a long-term lease at Wilkinson. Ordinarily, a long-term lease, a few things have to happen. DGS has to hold a public hearing to confirm the building is surplus, that is not needed for government purposes. Then the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development has to hold a separate public hearing to confirm that the building's intended disposition to a private party is in the best public interest. Then the executive sends the council a bill and summary of all the testimony received at the surplus and disposition hearings, and the relevant council committees hold at least one more public hearing before deciding whether to approve the action. In this case, DC Prep and the executive believe there is an unusual urgency to get the new campus up and running at Wilkinson and are accelerating the process. Last year, the mayor requested permission to collapse the two hearings that the executive would normally hold, the surplus hearing and the disposition hearing, into one hearing. The council authorized that special process as part of the Budget Support Act and established a preference for charter schools formerly in the Bernie School. The executive held a combined hearing via WebEx on March 31st, 2021. My staff attended that hearing, and I'll have some questions for the executive and DC Prep based on public comments raised at that hearing. I also feel it's important to flag for the public that although today's hearing is technically about a piece of permanent legislation, Chairman Mendelson has agendized emergency legislation at the request of the mayor that is on the agenda for tomorrow's legislative meeting, and that would immediately authorize the disposition. DC Prep has indicated that emergency legislation is necessary to allow sufficient time for DC Prep to complete construction at the Wilkinson campus before the start of the 2022 school year. DC Prep and the administration believe that the school cannot effectively stay in the Bernie campus beyond that time. I also want to recognize that there are concerns with the move of the DC Infrastructure Academy from Wilkinson to the former Spingarn School. While I don't want to speak for the administration, DGS has told me that they intend to proceed with the move of the Infrastructure Academy to Spingarn, regardless of whether we approve the legislation before us today, based on the council's approval of that move in the last budget. We will go over that in today's hearing. I also want to state my appreciation for my colleague Kenya McDuffie, the Ward 5 council member and chair of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, for helping to arrange today's hearing before any vote on the disposition. I understand the pressure to get DC Prep settled at Wilkinson, but we want to make sure the disposition process is as close to normal as possible. The testimony we hear today will inform the council's actions both on the emergency legislation on the agenda tomorrow and the permanent legislation we intend to consider in the fall. I will now turn it over to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember McDuffie, for any opening remarks.
Thank you, Councilmember White. As you mentioned, I'm Kenya McDuffie, Councilmember for Ward 5 and Chair of the Council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Appreciate seeing you both here this morning. And admittedly, I have concerns. I'm not going to try not to repeat all the things that you've laid out in terms of the procedural posture of this hearing this morning and some of the challenges or concerns that we've heard. And the timing, I think you've laid it out very concisely, and I appreciate that, Councilmember Robert White. But admittedly, I still have concerns about the proposed disposition of this district-owned property. Specifically, I want to hear from the executive this morning how the mayor determined that the Wilkinson School is no longer needed for public purpose, given that the site is presently occupied by the DC Infrastructure Academy. The majority of the DC Infrastructure Academy participants reside on the east end of the District of Columbia in Ward 7 and Ward 8. And we are joined, as you already mentioned, by the Ward 8 council member, Trayon White. I have had an opportunity to speak with Trayon White and others who've expressed concerns about moving the DC Infrastructure Academy out of Ward 8, albeit to Ward 5 at the site of Spingarn. And while I represent Ward 5 and the 80,000+ residents there, many of whom would benefit from the DC Infrastructure Academy, what I am not interested in doing is moving the Infrastructure Academy at the expense of any other residents, particularly those in Ward 7 and 8, which have the highest unemployment rates of any wards in the District of Columbia. And so I appreciate the opportunity to hear from the executive and how they would respond to some of the concerns that individuals in the community have already raised, that I know are shared with some of the council members on the council about addressing the ability of people who are in some of our hardest hit communities, hardest hit by the pandemic, but also had experienced high rates of unemployment even before the pandemic, how this move would benefit them specifically in trying to recover from this pandemic and become gainfully employed in the District of Columbia. And so I think there are a lot of questions that remain. We're well aware of what's already been done in the budget process last year and what is pending on tomorrow's legislative meeting agenda with the emergency that Councilmember Robert White has already mentioned that was placed on the agenda by Chairman Mendelson. But I look forward to working with you, Chairman White, as well as you, Councilmember Trayon White. I think Councilmember Silverman, who's expressed an interest in this in the past and has a relevant committee with workforce development and just figuring out how we move things forward in a way that benefits the entire District of Columbia, particularly those in the parts of the community that have some of the highest rates of unemployment. I will say, and I think it's worth noting, that DC Prep has done well by Ward 5 students and parents. Much of what I hear is positive, and I know specifically and directly how it has benefited some of my neighbors who have had opportunity to send their kids there, who have graduated from DC Prep and have gone on to be successful after high school, in college, and are now back in the District of Columbia and are gainfully employed. I've seen those personal stories. I've talked about it with some folks who I know as recently as yesterday. I got a call from a good friend of mine. She grew up a couple doors down, and her daughter graduated from DC Prep. And I believe she actually works with DC Prep today. And so I know there are many more stories out there like that. And I know that on the scales of equity, we have to balance those things against the concerns that we're going to hear from Councilmember Trayon White. But I do appreciate, Robert White, you working with us to schedule this hearing today and to hear some of our constituents about support and benefits of what happens by this move, but also those who have really serious concerns about moving this forward. So thank you, and I look forward to hearing from the public witnesses.
Thank you very much, Chairperson McDuffie. Councilmember Trayon White, glad that you are joining us today. And if you have an opening statement, you can give that now.
Thank you, Robert White, and also for this very important hearing. I'm glad we're having this conversation for two reasons. I want to hear from the executive about their vision as relates to the need to dispose of Wilkerson for a school. I just want to know on the front of this that I'm not against DC Prep at all. You know, I want to make sure that's known. But I do want to make sure I put this in context, because I do remember the conversation I had with Mayor Bowser and then City Administrator Rashad Young in early 2017 about addressing the high unemployment rate. We had one of the highest unemployment rates per capita in the country. And as a result, I wanted to figure out how we can work together to create a infrastructure to be a bridge, not just for jobs, but careers. And then there was a lawsuit that provided additional funding to make this vision come true. I believe there was originally $17 million in the budget to build a facility in Ward 8 on the St. Louis East Campus. And I remember that money was taken out of the budget. We had an emergency meeting in Ward 8 at the Rise Center, which hundreds of residents attended to advocate to ensure that we not only get that back in the budget, but we build that right here in Ward 8. And as part of that compromise, we agreed to retrofit Wilkerson Educational Campus to put the Infrastructure Academy there. And then while there, I know I felt like we was not fulfilling the true mission and vision of why the Infrastructure Academy was created. And so we pushed a little harder. And I do remember we actually went to expanding to IT, to getting, I remember 16 individuals graduated from PEPCO to go on and become employment. I know they have a cohort there now and several different cohorts. And so I am sensitive to the need for school there. And I hear part of the argument is that the school is not ready, doesn't have the investment it needs to be sustainable, yet we're taking millions of dollars and put it into Spingarn. And so that argument doesn't fare well with me. And I see and read the emails from the many parents, and I'm at a posture where I'm always listening and learning, who have students to go to DC Prep that may be at the Anacostia campus. And I've been there several times. I know about the great work they are doing there. So I respect that. But I also, in hindsight, think about those who I've supported on the front line to advocate for their children to have quality seats. And sometimes it's at traditional public schools. And a lot of times in the last 10 years, it's been at public charter schools. But I often think about those meetings I go to as well. When those charter schools in which we advocate for, those parents have to transfer their child from one school to another school because those charter schools have closed down. For example, Imagine Public Charter School, National Collegiate Prep Public Charter School, Somerset Public Charter School, Achievement Prep Middle School, Democracy Prep Public Charter School, Excel Academy Public Charter School. And I've seen that we've been in a position where we give these dispositions out to privatization and companies where they're making millions of dollars off our buildings. And we're stuck in limbo 5, 10, maybe 2 years later, trying to figure out what to do. And now we have to go back and figure out how to renegotiate with something that was originally DC government property. And so I am concerned about the disposition that's before us today or well tomorrow, and just the overall vision of where we're going with our properties in the district. And so I look forward to hearing from the government witnesses and also the public witnesses and parents that's affected directly and indirectly by this and the community. Because I do remember the debacle about Franklin Street too, with the ANCs. And so I want to thank you all and look forward to listening and learning what's happening today. Also, I'll be joined by my staff because I'll be in and out part of the hearing.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Trayon White. We now will turn to our public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list on Friday. We have some additional witnesses, I believe, since then. I'm going to call our witnesses from the list in the order in which people signed up. When I do, the staff will promote you to witness, and you can then testify. When you're promoted, you will drop out of the hearing momentarily and will be brought back in as a panelist. At that time, you will be able to unmute yourself. Public witnesses will be provided with 4 minutes to testify, and advisory neighborhood commissioners will be provided with 5 minutes to testify. I will now call up our first panel of public witnesses. And we will do panels of 5. Cindy Delmas, Desiree Coleman, Nelson Davey, Niels Ribeiro Yamofio, Kevin Clinton. I'm not sure if Cindy Delmas, who was our first public witness, is here. So let me start with Desiree Coleman. You can begin your testimony when you're ready. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Desiree Coleman. My child name is David Coleman. He attends DC Prep Anacostia campus. My child is a rising 4th grader. He's been at AEC campus with DC Prep for 6 years since their doors opened in 2015-2016 school year. What I value most about DC Prep is their consistency to support for their student, for the consistency to support and support students learning and the thriving within the students. They also teach students to advocate for one another and themselves, and they allow the students to be leaders within their classroom. I live in a Ward 8 community right here in the Fort Stanton community, just a block away from Wilkerson. Me and my child walk past there every single day just to get him back and forth to DC Prep. I drive past there. I live right here in the Fort Stanton community for 7 years now. With this being his home school, if you make this his home school for middle school, I can just imagine how much you support the parents. So many DC Prep families in this area, and we help support each other with getting our students to school every single day. For my child to have this building, I ask that you just lease this Wilkerson building to our DC Prep family and watch our students thrive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is Nelson Davey here? There we are. Welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Nelson Davey. I'm the parent of Nixon Davey and Nyla Davey, who are both attending DC Prep, the Anacostia campus. We've been, our child has been in the school since its inception. The Anacostia opened up its doors in 2015, I believe. And just to give you a little bit of background of my story, I purchased my home in DC in Anacostia in 2009. Everyone at the time was telling me it's not a good place to buy my first home. One of the major concerns was because education. I think at the time, DC had one of the worst performing public school systems in the country, and everyone was trying to deter me from moving to the area. I loved the area. I spent a lot of time in the area. I had a lot of faith in the people in the community, and I decided to stay there. In 2013, my wife and I decided to start a family, and one of our major concerns was now we had to worry about education because we were having our first child. At the time, many families weren't raising children in DC, but we decided to do some research and search in the area. We also thought about commuting to other parts of the district, commuting to outside in Northern Virginia to go to school, because at the time we didn't think we had enough options in Ward 8 for schooling, where a lot of my friends and my colleagues at work and in other communities, they had different options, whether it be private school, other types of schools that they can go to. But it seemed like the only options we had at the time in Ward 8, specifically in Anacostia, were just public schools. But DC Prep was opening on a campus, and they were we got word of it. They actually, I think they were doing like some canvassing around the neighborhood just to let us know that they were going to be there. We went down to the school. They spent some time just talking with us, encouraging us to just give the school a chance, and we did. Ever since then, our child has just been growing tremendously. Some of the stuff the other parents talked about, just advocating for themselves. What I like most, though, it gave him a sense of community, right? He kind of really felt that Ward 8 was his home, because he didn't have to travel outside. We are working parents as well. So the ability to just walk our child to school, we talk about having walking neighborhoods, was very important for us. We could just walk our child to school and then from there in turn go to work without any additional stress or cost to try to get our child to school. So it was very important for us to have a school within our neighborhood. So, I would just, consider the council to think about, as we start, when we're thinking about building neighborhoods and communities for families, I think it was helpful for me to have options, right? Whether it be public school, charter school, private school, but just have options in my community so I can make a better decision as far as comes to education, but also it being in the local community, as it being accessible to even walking our kids to school in the morning. And as they age, just to have a sense of community and access to what they need within their community. So I just thank everybody for their time. I'm hoping my kids can continue to grow in the district and in the community. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Niels Riviero Yamelfio. Welcome, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Please correct me if I did.
You did a great job, actually. I might have some Ghanaian in you. Good afternoon, Chairperson White, Chairperson McDuffie, Councilmember Trayon White, You know my deep respect and appreciation for you. Thank you for all that you do in the ward. Thank you for being here. Hello, members of the committee and staff. My name is Niels Ruberian-Mofio, and I am the Chief of External Affairs for DC Prep. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the Wilkinson School Disposition Authorization Act. The act is a culmination of years of work with the administration, the council, and the community to ensure that the space needs of multiple vital educational institutions are met, including a home for DC Prep's 224 Ward 8 middle school students. We hope that the council will adopt this legislation before recess so that DC Prep can begin construction of its new Anacostia Middle Campus at the former Wilkinson Elementary School in October 2021 and open for students for the 22-23 school year. DC Prep is an 18-year-old public charter school network of 6 schools serving in wards 5, 7, and 8. DC Prep serves over 2,100 students in PK3 through 8th grade, over 600 of which are residents of Ward 8, and is considered the highest performing network of charter schools in the city. At the time of the last rating, all of DC Prep schools were rated Tier 1 by the Public Charter School Board. DC Prep prides itself on many things, including our commitment to our students. We make a 10-year commitment to our alumni as they go to and through college through our Prep Next program, which is very important to me personally as a first-generation college graduate myself. DC Prep opened our Anacostia Elementary campus in 2015 with 3- and 4-year-olds, growing up 1 grade level each year since then. And since that time, we have searched for a facility for those students' eventual Anacostia Middle Campus. Throughout 2018 and 2019, we believe that the Bernie Elementary School, where we are now temporarily located, was a viable option for a long-term facility. Its occupants at the time, Excel Academy, was temporarily located there and was planning to relocate based on the terms of the lease. Because we were uncertain of if Excel would leave at the time, we also moved forward with identifying another potential home for our middle school. We found a piece of property off Frankfurt Street in the Fort Stand community that would allow us to build a middle school by right. We also learned that while not having issues with DC Prep as a school, neighbors to the property were strongly opposed to the school being built on Frankfurt Street. We spent the next following months hosting several community meetings, conversations with the SMD commissioner and the Fort Stand Civic Association. And DC Prep agreed that we would pause all work on Frankfurt Street as we focused our efforts for other options. We learned through the mayor's proposed FY21 budget that Bernie would no longer be an option for our middle school long-term. We also learned later on that summer that the mayor provided a potential solution. Excel Academy would stay in Bernie. The DC Infrastructure Academy would move to a newly renovated facility at Spingarn so it can further expand its programming. And the public charter school would be able to operate in Wilkinson. We quickly reached out to neighbors and our SMD to gauge support for DC Prep in Wilkinson, and it was a clear yes. You can see through the letters of support we received from neighbors, the ANC Commission, and the Fort Stand Civic Association. We're excited about the benefits to the ward and immediate community through this move. The move would give community members access to an indoor gym, an outdoor space that would include a renovated amphitheater and multi-purpose field. And DC Prep would also want to partner and host workforce development organizations at Wilkinson during after-school hours to continue to provide this support to the local community. As DC Prep will no longer need the property on 1619 Frankfurt Street for our middle school campus, the property will be sold to made into what the community will request the lot to be used for. For example, $7 million worth of additional housing to the ward. This $35 million facility in Ward 8 would produce more than 125 construction jobs and add 40 new permanent jobs, and ultimately serve the education needs of more than 700 district families, mostly in Ward 8, by 2025. In closing, when we opened the Anacostia Elementary campus in 2015, it was not clear where our Ward 8 middle school would be located. The mayor proposed and the council approved the solution to this question via the FY21 budget. We thank the mayor and the council for a solution that meets all parties' needs, and in particular, our students and their families. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness is Kevin Clinton. Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman White, Chairman McDuffie, Councilmember Trayon White. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kevin Clinton. I'm with the Federal City Council. We are a civic organization committed to the improvement of the District of Columbia. I'm here to testify today in support of the disposition of Wilkinson School to allow DC Prep to locate its Ward 8 middle school at the site and open in the 2022-2023 school year. At the Federal City Council, we believe that high-quality schools at both DCPS and in the charter sector should be given the opportunity to grow. DC Prep has a great track record for student success. Its other middle schools have been the highest performing in the city, and all of DC Prep schools were rated Tier 1 by the Public Charter School Board. DC Prep is committed to the long-term success of its students and supporting them all the way through the completion of college. The Wilkinson site was identified as a good place for DC Prep after consultation with the Fort Stanton community, after DC Prep joined or hosted more than 20 community meetings. Last fall, the Fort Stanton Civic Association and the ANC 8B authored letters of support for the school. As you've heard, parents of students that attend the nearby DC Prep Elementary want their students to be able to stay in the community on through middle school. We urge the DC Council to act on this disposition. DC Prep's Anacostia Elementary campus opened in 2015. Its first cohort is aging up quickly into middle school. And while DC Prep has explored other options in the community, some of which were opposed, up until the summer of 2020, it thought that it would be able to stay at Bernie long-term. This opportunity at Wilkinson arose because the Infrastructure Academy will be moving to Spin Garden. We understand that DC Prep is already doing background work to have the school up and ready by the 2022-2023 school year. And we believe that with DC Prep, the plans for the DC Infrastructure Academy to move to Spin Garden, the Wilkinson campus represents a wonderful opportunity for the city and would work very well as a new middle school. It's what families and students want, and many in the local community wants. DC Prep has proven that it can elevate student achievement, and they need the facility to grow and continue to do so. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. And our final panelist for our first panel is Anidia Henry.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hello. I'm not trying to talk too loud. I actually came into work today. I telework, but I had to come and do some stuff in here. My child, Walker, has been going to DC Prep since the first grade. She started out at Cedar Tree, which is still in Ward 8, used to be the old Howard Road Academy, but at the time it only went to kindergarten. So I actually loved DC Prep stats, and at the time, Rocket Ship Southeast Academy was opened up as well, but I still thought that DC Prep was a better fit. When Brooke came to the school, she, according to DC Prep standards, she was a little behind in her reading levels. DC Prep took the extra mile to make sure my daughter grew. And in that first year, she grew 5 reading levels in first grade. And ended up going to summer school, and she grew additional 2 more levels. To make a long story short, she's going to the 5th grade now. She's also the student body president at DC Prep, and she's actually on reading level R, which she's at reading level capacity now. So the DC Prep in itself, to me, takes time with the kids. One of the teachers at the time was Miss Salute in the 1st grade. We would go to the library over there on over there by DC Prep, and we would sit there on the winter break, and she took about 5 kids and they worked on reading. She did this out of her own. And that's the love and attention that DC Prep shows those kids. My daughter knows how, like I said, now she's student body president. She knows how to advocate for herself. She knows how to advocate for other kids. And being a resident of Ward 8, I live on Yuma Street, across the street from the women's shelter. You know, she gets to see that even though DC, everybody says DC is so rough in this, but she gets to see that it's not that bad. You know, my mom and parents, they live in up in Marlboro, and I actually bought my house over there. One of the reasons I wanted to do DC for me was, you know, at the time, you know, if your child go to DC school, they get in-state tuition. That was my main thing. And I wish that DC Prep was around for my oldest daughter. My oldest daughter is 17. And I wish that she had the foundation that DC Prep has given Brooke at this time today. I really think that having that keeping DC Prep in Ward 8 is real prominent to the community. To go to Ward 5 and there's no hard feelings, but we need to keep it where it is. You know, a lot of kids, some of the kids even walk. My daughter does not, I do drop her off, but you gotta have the continuity of it being right there at the kids. And again, like I say, DC Prep to me in itself goes above and beyond for these kids. I mean, even down for the Chromebooks, food, and even for me, if I know a child needs something at DC Prep, I've even given back to DC Prep in a whole. I've given Easter baskets, which have been full of food for these kids. You know, we need to keep our community together and keep together. You know, if it was up to me, we would have prayer in church. I mean, in school, but we can't. So, but I would throw that in there as well. But I say leave it at the Wilkerson building. I'm a really big advocate for DC Prep in a whole. Like I said, I've never, even my other daughter has an IEP. And to me, DC Prep goes above and beyond when it gets to the kids. Even when she won a little election, one of the teachers took her out to Red Lobster. Teachers don't do that. They don't care. And, you know, DC, to me, I think DC Prep should go to high school, but it doesn't. So that's all I had, my little 2-minute spiel.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us. And we will we'll do 10-minute rounds of questions. And I want to say something that just to highlight what Councilmember Chairperson McDuffie and Councilmember Trayon White said. I've always been impressed by DC Prep. I've had the opportunity to visit one of the campuses on multiple occasions. Are always very, very impressed. And so the hearing and the issue is not at all about whether DC Prep is a good school. I think it is. Or whether the council supports it. It's about what we do with this property and some competing interests and opportunities, but also making sure we are following the law in the disposition process. And I'm also a parent, so I understand that drop off and proximity. That's a very, very real issue, and so I take that aspect of parents' testimonies very seriously. Where I want to start is with Mr. Ribeiro Yamafio. At the administrative hearing in March, members of the public complained that there are too many charter schools and not enough students. So how does the amount of classroom space that you have now compare to the amount of classroom space you anticipate having at the Wilkinson building?
Thank you, Chairperson White. So amount of space now at our Anacostia Elementary campus, we use the entire building. There isn't any empty space, it's completely used. And our temporary location in the Bernie building, we will outgrow it by next year. So the opportunity to be in Wilkinson presents us with an opportunity to have space for our students. Wilkinson is a similar size classroom-wise, or we're predicting it will be similar size classroom-wise based off of the design to our Benning campus that's in Ward 7. And so we plan and believe we'll be able to utilize the full space.
But in terms of the number of, I guess, seats in the school, how does the current number compare to the number that you'll have at Wilkinson?
Yep, so we have 440 elementary students in our Anacostia Elementary campus. We believe we'll have 330 seats for our Anacostia Middle campus within Wilkinson. We have had in the past 4 years over 1,000 applications for 145 seats, so we are not concerned in regards to enrollment. If that answers your numbers question.
Okay, I just want to make sure I must be wrong in how I understood. You have 440 seats now?
440 for our elementary campus.
Okay, 440. And how many do you anticipate having at the—
For the middle campus, 330.
Okay.
At when it's fully grown out, 330.
Okay. And how confident are you that there's enough existing Anacostia Elementary students and families that are going to keep coming back to the school if you move to Wilkinson. I know it's relatively close, but you know, every parent's kind of calculation, transportation is different.
Sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
How confident are you that, or what percentage of the current students that you have at the Burney School do you believe will go over to Wilkinson if you relocate there?
Extreme large amount. This, just to kind of give you a little story of what our Anacostia families have experienced with our Anacostia campus. They started off in trailers near the Big Chair, and then we were able to have our Anacostia Elementary campus on V Street. They came there. We then have the temporary location in the Burney building. They have moved there, and now they're advocating to be in Wilkinson. They are committed to DC Prep. They have been in this fight and will continue to be in this fight because they believe in our programming. We've had a substantial amount of families go each grade level with us, and they plan to be there. So I think in particular for specific numbers, our team can follow up with you and give you numbers around re-enrollment and so on. But these have followed us through this entire process.
And how would you respond to people who are concerned about the impact of this shift on DCPS?
Shift on DCPS?
Yeah, so there, I mean, we frequently hear from parents and others who are concerned that new or enlarged charter schools have a negative impact on DCPS. What would be your response to that issue?
Well, not to litigate the conversation on charters versus DCPS, I am a huge fan of DCPS. So you will never catch me in any way, shape, or form speaking anything in regards except for positivity and love and respect for DCPS. I believe there is a strong and respected partnership between both sectors, but in particular DC Prep and the traditional school system. In fact, a number of our students matriculate from DC Prep into DCPS high schools. We support them through our Prep Next programming. So we believe there's partnership, we believe there's synergy, we believe there's support for the students that we talk to who go to McKinley Tech, who go to Banneker, who go to School Without Walls, who go to any of the schools that are within the DCPS system. They speak about how much they appreciate and see our students thrive in those spaces. So just to give you a quick thoughts on how we connect with DCPS.
What grade levels do you currently have at the Burney School?
At the Burney School, we have 4th grade. Next year, we'll have 4th and 5th grade. And then at that point, after that year, we'll be too large to stay in the Burney long term.
I'm sorry. Yeah. What grades? Not just 4th grade is at Burney, right? Is it
4th grade this year? Next year will be 4th and 5th grade.
You only have 1 grade at the Burney School?
At the Burney School, yes.
Oh. Yeah, okay. So at Wilkinson, next year
we'll have 4th and 5th grade at.
Okay. I'm with you. And what grade will it go up to eventually?
Our Anacostia Middle Campus is 4th through 8th grade.
Okay. Neighbors have raised concerns about traffic congestion and parking around the Wilkinson building, trying to pick up, obviously, and drop off with drivers at the site without traffic lanes and other infrastructure. Obviously can encourage dangerous behavior, people kind of shooting out in traffic or no parking. That's especially concerning, obviously, when young kids are involved. So I do understand that getting a formal traffic study done during the pandemic is difficult to impossible, but have you spoken to existing tenants at the Wilkinson building to understand traffic and parking issues, and how do you intend to kind of meet those challenges?
So you hinted to it's been a little tricky to get a traffic study during the pandemic, but we absolutely plan to do a traffic study this fall. There are approximately 40 parking spots at Wilkinson, and some members of the Fort Stanton community have raised concerns about parking. So we have been following up on a range of leads suggested by community members about how we can address these concerns in the best way possible. For example, we've reached out to a range of community organizations about the potential to lease their parking spots for additional staff. So we have the parking within Wilkinson and the potential of leasing spots for additional staff. This is something that we do similarly in our other campuses. So that's just a quick share on how we're thinking about parking.
But what about the pickups and drop-offs?
Yes, we. This is something that our community knows very well, but we are very intentional when it comes to pickups and drop-off. We have become adept in safe and efficient kiss and ride drop-offs at our campuses. We post a large number of our staff members outside who greet families at their cars, help students out, and keep families moving along without blocking traffic. We've worked with neighbors, we've worked with DDOT on our arrival and dismissal plans. And we have a lot of experience doing this. Councilmember McDuffie can speak on how we do it in the Edgewood community. We also do it at our Benning community that has approximately 800 students in that area. So it's something that we are very familiar with.
I have a few more questions, but I'm out of time for this round. Thank you very much. I'm going to move to Councilmember McDuffie for questions, or Chairperson McDuffie.
Thank you, Chairman White, and thank you to everybody who testified thus far. I really appreciate you adding your voices to the record for this hearing. I'm going to pick up with the questions because I want to tackle some of the things that were mentioned by Mr. Ribeiro Yamafio. Let me first talk about some of the things that I think are important to the folks who live in these neighborhoods around the proposed site. You've noted in your testimony some of the support that you have for DC Prep open up the school at Wilkinson School. Have you heard of any concerns beyond the traffic concerns that that Chairman White just asked about? Are there any other concerns that you heard from neighbors in that community that they've raised with this actually happening?
The consistent concerns I've had that I've heard from conversations with everyone is in regards to parking, is in regards to traffic. It's mostly around how do they foresee us handling student drop-off, which I've shared. How are we approaching and thinking about traffic, parking, which I've shared. Everything else is around, and to be very honest with you, around like how we can best utilize the space. How can it be a community benefit, including what are our plans for the amphitheater and how we would renovate the amphitheater, how we would partner with the thriving, amazing senior community in the Fort Stanton community to utilize the space for those events. That has been the most consistent line of questions in regards to us being in Wilkinson.
Okay. And how many schools do you actually have in the District of Columbia?
We have 6 schools.
6 schools. And do you have any schools outside of the district?
No, we do not. We only operate in DC.
Okay. And which wards of the district do you operate?
Wards 5, 7, and 8.
5, 7. Okay. And talk a little bit about, I know diversity and inclusion is important to DC Prep, and I appreciate what I see when I go inside the school buildings. But I am interested in knowing a little bit more about the board. What does the board makeup look like?
Cannot speak off the top of my head on the makeup of our board, but our board is diverse. There is a different reflection of community within our board. I will say that actually Mr. Davies' wife is one of the board members. We have parent members represented in wards 5, 7, and 8 within the board.
So let me ask, you said parent members represented from wards 5, 7, and 8. So there are members of the board who live in Ward 8.
That's correct.
Outside of parent members, there are, I imagine, some other significant individuals who contribute mightily to the work of DC Prep via the board. Outside of parent members, are there any other board members who live in Ward 8?
Off the top of my head, I do not know, but that's something I can follow up and share with you.
Okay, all right. I mean, I see some names of people who I know that I think very highly of, frankly, that are on the board. Some who I've gotten to know personally, who I can imagine have a tremendous impact on what's happening at DC Prep. But I am interested in understanding whether any of the folks who are on the board outside of parent members, and I don't want to discount the value that parent members bring. I think their input is absolutely essential, but I'm just curious about, how you all have approached these types of decisions. And so I know, my experience, as I mentioned in my statement earlier with DC Prep, has been outstanding. We've obviously had similar concerns that it sounds like people are raising in Ward 8 around traffic. We've got some businesses in the area where you all are located in my ward, but I always err on the side of trying to mitigate those concerns such that it allows DC Prep to continue to do what it's done in Ward 5, because the parents have consistently indicated a level of satisfaction and support for the school that I can't say exists for every single school in the ward. So I do want to point that out. But I think it's important that the board also reflects the communities within which they operate. And I don't know how many parent members there are on the board, but I wanted to ask that question. If you can give me an answer to that at some point as a follow-up, that would be helpful.
Can do.
So the timeline, let's talk about, there seems to be a sense of urgency. You touched on it earlier, but I also want you to give you just a brief moment to speak to the timeline that you all have. As Councilmember, as Chairman Robert White and I both noted in our openings, this is on the agenda for the council's legislative meeting tomorrow. It was placed on the agenda by Chairman Mendelson at the request of folks associated with DC Prep, but as well as the executive, at the request of the mayor specifically. What's the timeline? And give us a sense of the sense of urgency that you all conveyed to the council, if you could briefly.
I will try not to share everything I shared, because this is what I am stooped in. But to kind of just paint the picture on what the timeline was and what it is now. Our Anacostia Elementary campus opened in 2015. Our Anacostia Middle campus opened in 2020. We go up a grade level each year. And so we started off with 4th grade this year. Next year, it will be 5th grade. And that will have us at capacity in the Bernie building. After 5th grade, we will then add our 6th grade, and we will be needing a larger space because we won't be able to operate in the Bernie building. Mm-hmm. In order to do that, we will need, according to our contractors, we would need to be able to start renovations for Wilkinson in October of this year, to get it ready for August for the 22-23 school year. So that is the sense of urgency. If we are not able to do renovations for the year to get ready for the school year, we essentially will not be able, we won't have a place to operate with all 3 grades for our middle school.
Okay, so that's important. Let me turn a little bit to get a sense of how DC Prep operates with the communities and how they engage beyond the school building. I think it's important for folks to understand that what happens inside of the school buildings are important, but there's also sort of an ecosystem, an economic ecosystem that exists outside of the school building. There are obviously economic opportunity that exists when you're building a school building. I am one who prioritizes the inclusion of our DC-based small businesses when people are building buildings, when they're, doing construction and things like that. Talk to me about how you all have engaged with your contractors who build your buildings or who renovate existing buildings. What's that like, and what can people who live in that community expect? Both the people who live in and around, if this happens, I'm not saying it will, but if it happens, and then also the small business opportunities. What does that look like when DC Prep engages a community?
I think I shared that the project would be, we're estimating 35 million. We believe, give me a second, I can share that we believe this will produce 125 construction jobs. We will be operating through FirstSource to prioritize local hiring. We are working, our architectural contractor is, or excuse me, general contractor is MCM Build. And that is something that we are absolutely wanting to prioritize. I think one thing I also shared in my testimony is something that we would be very interested in doing, which is being able to host workforce development organizations to utilize the space in the after school hours. I think that is something, as the space has been used currently with the Infrastructure Academy, there's ways to create that continuity and to promote synergy on the organizations that are in the area to provide things that Arthur's Table, for example, wouldn't provide, or the rec center would provide, something that we could provide.
And I don't mean, but I've got about 60,
no problem. Yeah.
60 seconds left on this round, and so I wanted to get in one last question. You mentioned that MCM Build would be the general contractor, and obviously they build lots of schools in the District of Columbia. I would be interested in understanding specifically who with DC Prep would engage with MCM Build. I've worked with MCM Build in the past on schools in Ward 5, and it started off pretty rocky with neighbors and concerns that got mitigated over the course of the construction because of the efforts of myself, my office, my team, the neighbors, and MCM Build specifically working to address and mitigate. And KIPP, this is a KIPP school, for example. I would like to know who you all would have to work directly with MCM Build from the DC Prep side, and perhaps think about some sort of team to ensure that the CBEs are being connected to the opportunities in advance of construction, and that any concerns from residents might raise would have somebody specifically, an individual, to contact to be able to raise those, and working with the folks in the council member's office and anywhere else. Again, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I know that these have been concerns in the past in communities where these types of things have happened, particularly where there's a sense of urgency and things need to move quickly. But then also, I would urge you, Mr. Ribeiro Yamafio, to think beyond construction, right? I'm running out of time, but think about the entirety of the economic development pipeline. And I want you to be a little less conventional in your thinking to see where there might be opportunities for people who live in and around that community, who need employment throughout this process, and for businesses to be connected to opportunities throughout this process. Construction is, temporary jobs are great, permanent jobs are better, but also ways to connect in the economic development pipeline that perhaps you all have not connected. Once the school is built, there are people who provide food services. There are people who provide services for other types of things. And I would obviously defer to my colleague in Ward 8, but these are the types of things that I would encourage you all to think about as investments in that community beyond what the school would bring to the neighborhood, which is incredibly important, but thinking beyond the traditional ways of saying this many permanent jobs, this many temporary jobs. Think beyond that in a way that I think will be more impactful for those communities. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think that's enough for this round.
Thank you very much, Chairperson McDuffie. Councilmember Trayon White.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the parents who took time out of their busy day to come speak to us. I think that we don't hear from parents enough on this council, so I want to thank you guys. I want to start with you, Mr. Davey. Are you still here? I can hear you.
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah. How long have you been involved with this particular school?
So we like I said, when they opened in 2015, we were looking for a school for our son. So when they opened up, when they were in the trailers, like actually they first opened up, he was in, I think, pre-K 4, so pre-K 4, like the first pre-K class.
Yeah. And how long has your wife Nicole Davey been on the board, and how did that come along?
So she joined the board, I believe 2 years ago. 2 years ago, she joined the board. So they were looking for parents to kind of give their input on like what's the experience like being a part of the school. So they reached out to her, asked if she'd be willing to serve. So for the most part, she can give an insight into, what it's like, what are the parents' experience. She's also, been on like action councils, like they don't call it PTA, but also the PTA board, just so any advice that comes from the other parents, she serves as kind of a conduit between like all the parents and can kind of give a wide perspective of what's the parents' experience on the board.
And do you know, I know this question was asked, but I didn't get an answer. Do you know how many other parents, like your wife, are on the board from the community?
I think currently there's one other parent right now, I believe. I could be mistaken, but I think there's one other parent that I'm sure of that's on the board.
Okay. And I know she you are a couple, but I want to ask her questions, but I want to ask them through you because I know
no, I understand. I'll do my best.
Just trying to get an understanding how much community input goes into making decisions on the board. So I'll digress. I appreciate you coming today. I want to jump to Mr. Ribeiro Yemafoi. Can you make sure I'm saying it right? I don't want to mess your name up.
Ribeiro Yemafio.
Yemafio. Okay, got it.
And Councilmember White, just a quick update. There's 3 total parent board members in it. So there's Miss Davey, and then there's 2 others representing wards.
Who are the others?
7. Patrick Clowney, who I believe is signed up. So you could have an opportunity to speak with him. Okay. And Mercedes.
Okay. I want to dial back a little bit because I know prior to where we are today, there was a lot of conversation about you guys relocating to Frankfurt Street.
Yes, sir.
And unless I heard, you guys just probably status of. Can you hear me?
No, I'm sorry. I think there was a little static. Do you mind repeating your question?
Yes, sorry. I know you guys purchased a property on Frankfurt Street. What is the status of that purchase for that property?
Yes, we purchased a property on Frankfurt Street in the winter of 2019. And as your office knows very well, community members were concerned. When we continue to have conversation with community members, we decided that we would pause all work. So there has been no additional work to see if we could have a middle school in that property. We have maintained the property, taking care of just the landscape in general, but we haven't moved forward with doing additional work. And that has been a commitment that we've had with community members to fully pursue other options to find a location for our middle school.
And what is your vision now for that particular property?
So we've had close conversations with all community members, and we plan to have an even more intimate conversations in August. From what we've shared, the consensus I've heard is that community members are interested in that being housing, but it will definitely be something that I want to continue to have conversations with, especially with your office as well, on what that space could be best utilized for.
Okay. In your responses today, you talked about leasing space. Because I am getting concerns from community stakeholders about potential traffic as relates to a school, repopulating that community right there at Wilkinson. You talked about purchasing spaces. What spaces are you referring to, and how many spaces are there?
It's because we're still in the midst of conversations. Don't feel at liberty to share the specifics around like the amount of spaces. We're still in the midst of conversations, but essentially all the local organizations we have or will be having conversations around what parking spaces they have available and will they be interested in leasing those spaces.
So you're not referring to the parking spaces at Wilkinson, you're talking about some other organizations parking?
In addition to the parking at Wilkinson, yes. It's something that we similarly done at our other campuses, including Edgewood.
So let's speak specifically to the parking at Wilkinson.
Yes, sir.
How many parking spaces are there?
There's approximately 40 parking spots in Wilkinson.
And what is the typical need for a number of parking spaces for the operating facility of, I guess you said 330 students, I guess?
Yes. So we have, if you give me a second, I can try to give you the specific number. Give me 1 second.
We can come back to that if you need to. I don't want to hold up time. And one of the other things you talked about was the amount of drop off and pickup. That's been a continuous problem in the ward in the morning at schools, especially those schools that doesn't have a cutout where people can drive on to the property and drive around. I know that's a particularly small street there in a residential community. Can you give me the details of situation like this? Were you able to navigate through that?
Yes, sir. So actually very similar is our on our campus on V Street. And that specifically, we were able to refine our student drop-off through collaboration with our V Street neighbors. They shared with us what concerns they had, what worked well for them, and we implemented it on V Street. That includes having our staff members outside supporting with Kiss and Ride and matriculating that space as quickly and effectively as possible. I've started to have those conversations with neighbors to, one, hear what their concerns are, and it sounds like a lot of the concerns are from farther down, closer to where KIPS campus is. And so starting to hear what some of those concerns are around the timing, around the matriculation, around parking, can help us very much so do the prior proper planning to ensure that we can refine the student drop-off to best fit the needs for Wilkinson.
All right, let me dial back a little bit. At what place in the conversation and how did you guys land at Wilkinson? I was lost in that. I don't know when that happened, how it happened, but can you walk us through how that happened?
Yes, sir. So opened in 2015 for our Anacostia Elementary campus. That time we were looking for a facility for our middle campus. We believed that we could be in Bernie long-term because, as you know, the lease specifics around Excel when Excel became DCPS school. And so we temporarily located there, but we weren't clear on whether Excel would move or not. And so we were looking for another piece of property, which is Frankfurt Street. And so we purchased Frankfurt Street, and we had conversations with community members and decided to pause work, fully focused on being in Bernie. And then the mayor's budget came out. And so we were told, one, we can't be in Bernie. So we told our community members that we don't want you on Franklin Street, look for something else. We looked into Bernie, and we were told through the budget that we can't be in Bernie. And then in the Budget Support Act, the language within there shared that the Wilkinson facility would be open for a charter school, in particular a charter school that was incubating in Bernie. And so we saw a opportunity for a potential home for Wilkinson. And in fact, in early conversations with community members, they shared, why doesn't DC Prep consider Wilkinson? Because they knew that the Infrastructure Academy was a temporary home for the Infrastructure Academy. And so when I shared with community members that it looks like there's a chance for us to be in Wilkinson, what were their thoughts? Everyone said yes. Everyone that I've talked with was excited about it. You can see that through the letter of support that were received in your office that summer and that we included within our testimony.
Thank you. And let me ask you this.
And you're at time, Councilmember White.
I can't even see the time clock or anything, so I don't know where I am.
Sorry about that. We will have another round though.
All right.
So let me, I think all of our parents left, but let me check to see if that is accurate. Mr. Davey may still be here. Mr. Davey, are you here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Thank you. Quick question for you. What do pickups and drop-offs look like now at the Bernie campus?
Well, I'm at the Anacostia campus right now.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, so I mean that's a good question because it does kind of work a lot better than we expected, because when we first moved to the school, we looked at that street. It's a narrow two-way street, and it looks, at the time, there's parking on both sides. So we were concerned about how that would work, but it works like magic almost, because you pull up, like he said, there's teachers and faculty and staff that are there to assist the kids to pick up the kid right out of the car. So you pretty much just pull up. We make sure that our child is on the right-hand side by the curb, so that a staff member can just assist them getting out of the car, and we're just off on our races to start our day. I think even as they went on, I think they were able, and Niels, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think they actually restricted parking during those times to just kind of ease some of the traffic, so that we can just kind of, that the parents wouldn't park there as well, because so that we really kind of forced to just use the drop off if we can. So there's no reason for us to park and get out of the car in order to keep on and going on a commute to work.
Okay. And Mr. Clinton, I think you are still here. Councilmember Trayon White mentioned in his opening statement the particularly high unemployment rate in Ward 8, which it seems to indicate that is the best geographic location for something like the Infrastructure Academy. So what are your thoughts on the idea of moving the Infrastructure Academy out of Ward 8?
Well, at the Federal City Council, we're highly supportive of the improvements and the investments that are being made in the workforce system and providing additional opportunities for DC residents to secure good jobs. And we're not here today, I'm not here today to testify about the decision about where the DC Infrastructure Academy should be or could be. I will say though that there are ample opportunity, as far as I'm aware, to make that service available to more DC residents and to grow the Infrastructure Academy and make it a even more successful part of the city's workforce development strategy, perhaps deepening or expanding the number of infrastructure firms that are engaged with the Academy, and even broadening its scope to the construction industry or other adjacent fields. But I think it's well documented that unemployment rate is higher in Ward 8 than anywhere else in the city, and that there are a need for programs that provide opportunity, much like DC Prep provides its students, but also like the DC Infrastructure Academy provides to its participants.
And let me go back to Mr. Ribeiro Yamifio. What you mentioned a couple times that the current campus will be at capacity after next school year. How many students total does that that the current school fit?
Currently, I'll say approximately, and I may be wrong because I'm off the top of my head, 125. And then the next year will be 224 students.
So I'm sorry. How many students does DC Prep have there? Is that the number you just gave me?
At our Anacostia Middle Campus.
Yes.
So, sorry, next year it will be 150 students. I think I said 125, but it's 150 students.
Okay.
And it's currently there's 75 students.
Okay. But there are two schools in that building, correct?
That is correct. So the ground floor where we operate is the Anacostia Middle Campus for DC Prep. The remainder of the building is where Excel Academy operates.
Okay. All right. And so the total, how for the space that you all occupy, how many students can fit?
I believe, and I can have, if I'm wrong, I'll make sure that for the team follow up with you, but I believe capacity is 150 students.
And you believe that you'll be
at capacity next year.
Okay. All right. Is there at the Wilkinson campus, is there recreation space?
There is recreation space. It needs to be renovated. It's currently not used, but there is recreation space, yes.
What do you know how much, large amount, like enough for athletic field?
There is essentially, the outdoor space has an amphitheater, a playground space, and the space that we would renovate to be a large multi-purpose field.
Okay. At the administrative,
as well as an indoor and gyms. Oh, sorry to interrupt you,
no
White, but an indoor gym space as well.
Okay. The administrative hearing, some members of the public raised concerns that DC Prep had not done enough to consult with or get the word out to the entire neighborhood, but beyond the particular advisory neighborhood commission jurisdiction where the building itself, where the Wilkinson building is located. What outreach have you done, I guess, before and since that March 31st hearing?
Before, we had engaged with the previous and current ANC commissioners to think about when we can formally have a meeting through their SMD meetings. And since I personally canvassed the immediate area, and we set a virtual meeting that happened in mid-April for community members. There were no concerns, in fact, of the community members who showed up. There was interest. One community member wanted to have their child, who was a rising 7th grader, they were interested in them being at our Anacostia Middle Campus. And I said, unfortunately, we don't have that grade yet. So that has been the response from engaging with which is 8A7, the 8A7 community that neighbors Wilkinson. We also have a monthly e-newsletter that we have and continue to use to further engage community members who are interested in the project.
All right. And have you made any changes to your plans for the Wilkinson building based on community feedback?
Oh, yes. Well, changes wise in regards to, because we have been talking with community members from the very beginning of this, it has very much so influenced how we're looking at the project. including the renovation of the amphitheater. Even when once the Budget Support Act passed, one of the first conversations I had was around excitement from community members around how the community can use the amphitheater. So that was one of the things that we planned with. How are we renovating that? As well as conversations around the multi-purpose field, as well as conversations on how community meetings can happen within the gym, how they can happen in cafeteria space, so on. So it has a direct hand in how we've been planning the move in Wilkinson from the very beginning.
Okay. What, if any, is the position of the current advisory neighborhood commissioner in this single member district?
We had worked with the previous single member district commissioner for over a year. And so the current ANC commissioner, once the elections happened, I was able to engage with him as early as January, I believe. And him and I have been in contact very much so. I haven't been able to hear from him in the last month or some change, but him and I have been in contact very much so in the first half of this year. I've presented at the March, the May and June ANC-AB meeting. And I will say the community, the ANC commissioners there, they haven't been as intimately involved as the previous commissioners who have been there because of the election. They've been new, and so they're still catching up very much so on where things are. But we've presented and we'll continue to engage with them to share what our plans are with Wilkinson.
So the current advisory neighborhood commissioner for this single member district has not taken a position to support or not support this project at this time?
The last thing I heard in May when he was at the ANC commission meeting was he was supportive of DC Prep being in Wilkinson. He was at the June ANC commission. And I've outreached with him. I haven't heard yet back from him. I'm hoping he's okay. But the last conversation we were able to have was at the May ANC.
Okay. And I guess finally, and you touched on this with Councilmember McDuffie, but this is really important to the emergency nature. So I want to make sure I have a firm understanding. What would be the impact of delaying approval of this disposition till the fall? That is to say, if when we could move this as normal legislation as opposed to emergency legislation.
Well, the very short answer to this is we would not be able to complete construction in time. And by us not being able to complete construction in time, we wouldn't have a home for our students. We would already have outgrown our Bernie temporary location, and we wouldn't have a space available for our students. So
can you tell me anything more specific? Because that aspect of the argument, I know, I've been told you can't complete construction on time, but I don't really know what that means.
Okay. I'll try to go specifically on this, but this is mostly what was shared with us through our architect in regards to timeline. By having the lease formalized, and let me see if I can find specifics around the timeline. By having the lease signed and formalized, we would then be able to do hard construction beginning October 2021. By us being able to do that, we would have the substantial completion of phase 1 complete, which is what's needed for us to have our students ready in time. But if there's specifics, I can definitely follow up with you and your team to share around it, but that is
this is our only hearing before the vote is tomorrow on an emergency, and I promise you this issue will come up. And so if construction starts in October of 2021, substantial completion would be when?
July 2022.
Okay. All right. I'm over time for this round, so thank you very much. Chairman McDuffie, do you have further questions for this panel? He may have stepped away. I know many of us are multitasking. There we are.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I was multitasking on another matter, but I don't have any additional questions for anyone this round. I want to thank all the folks who testified, including the parents. I know that Kevin Clinton testified earlier as well. I appreciate everything that you've offered, Mr. Ribeiro, Yomifio, Mr. Davies. Thank you to all of y'all, but I don't have any additional questions in this round, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Councilmember Trayon White, did you have further questions? And Councilmember
Yes.
Trayon, there we are.
Yes, I'm here. Just bouncing between several different meetings. Sorry. Sorry. Yes. Desmond, hold on one second. Mr. Kevin Clinton, are you still here?
Yes.
I know we have other people waiting to get in, so I'll be brief. What is this Federal City Council's interest in this particular deposition with the Wilkinson and the DC Prep?
We are champions for high quality schools, for improvements in the city's school system. And we support both sectors, both DCPS and charters. And in particular, we think that the city should use its assets that it has at its disposal to help support the expansion and growth of high quality schools, both at DCPS and charters. So when there's opportunity for DC to make use of its assets, its physical plant, its buildings, we think those should be devoted to education, which is why in this case, we're supporting this particular decision.
Yeah, I guess what's ironic to me is I never see you guys at DCPS hearings advocating for DC public schools, but very often I see you advocate for education related to public charter schools. So it kind of raised my eyebrow with this. And in your response, you talked about there's other ample opportunity to expand their services, and you listed construction. What was the vision behind that?
That there are industries that have similarities in terms of the types of in terms of the skills that are being taught at the Infrastructure Academy could open up more industry opportunities. So there could be opportunities to provide even more employment opportunities beyond. Yeah.
Is that just hypothetically, or is the Federal City Council utilizing this resource to create partnerships and expand programming?
We have a number of members we're organizing groups of our employers in the city in different sectors in what we think of as high growth industries, high growth opportunities. And so we're looking at industries like hospitality, we're looking at construction, we're looking at IT as well. And so these are areas where we have groups of trustees that are looking at opportunities to make more jobs available to DC residents. It's an initiative.
And how does that tie into the DC Infrastructure Academy, or is that just in general?
That's just in general. Yeah, that's just in general.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that, for Ward 8 to be one of the areas that's hardest hit by poverty, and there's direct correlation between poverty and crime, I think it'd be right for you, if you're gonna come into this hearing, to add value by, maybe potentially partner with the Infrastructure Academy to provide those relationships. Because one of the things we have in this city is a lot of training, and those trainings don't always lead to jobs. And so, if we're talking about equity in this city and access to opportunities, I would like to drill down and be more specific about how, the Federal City Council can be an integral partner in making sure that happens, not just getting on here advocating, but and speaking in general about some conversations about what could happen, or just conversation about what is really happening, how are we taking the 16% unemployment rate in Ward 8 down by strategically involving partners who have opportunities and job openings and business opportunities.
We'd very much like to do that with you. We admire your leadership on these issues and your goals in these areas as well.
Thank you. I want to go back real quick, if we may, to Mr. Niels, if I may.
Yes, sir.
And I know when I initially thought about the potential for DC Prep to be at Wilkinson, it was expressed to me that this would be a shared space because the building was so large and they wasn't using all the space. And then somehow, I don't know at what point it morphed into DC Prep needing the entire facility. Do you know the capacity of the building for Wilkinson?
To answer your question, Councilmember White, our plan, our consideration for having both our Anacostia Middle and our Anacostia Elementary campus to exist within Wilkinson is because of the Budget Support Act passed, knowing that the Infrastructure Academy would move to Spingarn, that would have the full building be available. Hence why we believe we'd co-locate both our Anacostia Middle and our Anacostia Elementary campus.
I guess my question is the capacity of the building versus the number of students you all plan to have there.
Yes, so approximately 800 students. And size-wise, we'd be able to utilize that space. It's similar to what we utilize. The size-wise is similar to our Benning our Benning campus that houses both our elementary and middle schools. So we intend to fully utilize Wilkinson space.
And in my conversation with the executive, there's been some concern about the condition of the building being inoperable because of the long time neglect and just the condition of the building not up to par. I did hear a number of $35 million, something like that. Have you all done a study to figure out what it's going to take to bring a building like this up to code and operable for the needs of your school?
That is correct. We have done studies. We've hired our contractors to do just that. Hence why we know that is a estimated $35 million project. And that is including what it would take to have the building be operable. We've hired Schenberg Levinus as our architect and ECS, I believe, for our environmental services.
What were some of the major renovations that you noted in that particular study that you all did?
Well, the big thing is that Wilkinson was built in the 1970s. And for those of you who are familiar with school buildings in DC in the 70s, it was one of those school buildings that doesn't have walls. It was an open space concept. And so one of the things that we would need to do is create walls for classrooms, as well as update any and all systems, the fire systems, electrical, HVAC. What am I forgetting? We'd add windows as well. I think those are the top of my head, some of the work we're going to bring the space up to par.
And thank you. And I'll get more from you later. As far as the contractual agreement with the District of Columbia, who is the contractual agreement specifically with DC Prep? Is it a third party? And can you explain that to me?
It is with DC Prep.
For how long and for how much?
I believe it is 25 years. And I would refer to DGS's testimony. I'm probably not the best versed in speaking in the particulars around the length and the project and the cost. I believe it is 25 years with an option to release for another 25 years.
Wow. I see the chairman came back on. Is that a sign?
No, I had to adjust my chair. So I finished doing that and came back on. You're good with time, council member.
Okay. I wanted to ask, is what makes this school unique as compared to other schools? As you may know, we get a lot of complaints or concerns about just the number of charter schools coming to Ward 8, right? I just listed some of them, but I believe there are 42 schools in Ward 8. Of the 42, 24 are charter schools. And I just listed at least 7. I think I forgot one that closed down. I mean, 7 of those been open and closing over the years, open and close. And that means that person had to transfer their child from one school to another. I had one lady who I talked to her in front of a school. She said her child was in the 3rd charter school in a 4-year span. And I'm gonna just be quite frank, we're concerned about the sustainability, especially by smaller charter schools that just operate just in DC. It may not be a larger brand like a KIPP or one of those bigger charter schools. And so what do you say about sustainability for 30 years, 20 years, 25 years of the charter school to that argument?
DC Prep has been in existence for 18 years. And we have been one of the highest performing, if not the highest performing network of schools during that for the last decade. Our Anacostia Elementary campus in the last review of the Department of Charter School Board, if it wasn't number 1, it was in the top 3 of highest performing schools in Ward 8. And it was within the top 5 or top 10 of the city in general. I am extremely confident that our schools will operate and thrive very well. All of our schools are Tier 1 schools. Fully believe our middle school, our Anacostia Middle Campus will be Tier 1 as well. And so,
who is the founder of this school?
Emily Lawson is the founder of DC Prep.
Okay.
And you are at time now, council member. If you have a couple of
one last thing, because I've been in this so long, I feel like I've seen this movie before, and I try to be optimistic at all times, especially when it relates to the education of our kids, because I remember when Achievement Prep was the number 1 middle charter school in DC, and I was they were getting so many awards, and we were celebrating them, and then all of a sudden they want a list to close down. I'm like, man, come on, how is this possible, right? So that concerns me. So I'm always rooting, always optimistic, but I just have seen and been to these meetings at the charter school board over and over again where parents are crying, students are crying, and talking about how they're losing their teacher, and we're here again. And so I am concerned about that as it relates to this school having a 25-year lease. But I want to thank you, Chairman. I digress here.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this entire panel of public witnesses. We are going to move to our next panel of public witnesses that will include Cindy Delmas, Kimberly Davis, Valerie Jablow, Rashad Bumpers, and Patrick Clowney. Ms. Delmas, you can begin your testimony when you're ready. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to say that myself and my son, we are founding family members of the Anacostia campus when they were in the trailers. We are originally from New York. And when I first applied to come out here to work and for a home for my son, Anacostia campus was open and welcoming to the both of us. I am also a DCPS teacher in Ward 8. So I work in Ward 8, I live in Ward 8, and my son attends school in Ward 8. So I think it's super important that we have a home that is sustainable for my child to continue his education. I am a educator, and I work with high school students in Ward 8 who need the support in Ward 8. As far as DC Prep goes, I think it's a great school. It's a great community. I am a single parent as well. So as far as the support that they give is outstanding. My son loves his teachers. We have a great support system from 2015 until now. I actually did go back to New York in 2017 for a year, and we came back to DC Prep. So that says a lot about DC Prep, that they welcomed us back and they still have the same foundation, the support, the education, the family orientation. So we're very grateful for the school. But one thing, of course, is always the concern from when we started in 2015, because they started in trailers. That was always my big thing as far as like, when are we going to actually have a home, a location where it is big enough to do everything that all schools do? So as far as being an advocate and supporting DC Prep, we are wanting to have a home for the school, the location, especially because my son is now in middle school and because we started off in 2015. So I think it's super important that we have an actual long-lasting location for all the students and the families in Ward 8, because like I said, I work, I live, and my child goes to school in Ward 8. So I think this location will be a good stepping stone to continue all the great work that DC Prep does.
Thank you very much. Kimberly Davis, you can begin your testimony when you're ready. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White, Chairperson McDuffie, and Councilmember White. My name is Kimberly Davis, and I'm a resident of Ward 8. I'm also an educator at a college completion organization in Ward 8. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the bill, the Wilkinson School Deposition Authorization Act. As a resident of the Fort Stand community, I was in communication with DC Prep for close to 2 years in search to find a new middle school location in lieu of their purchase of the property on Frankfurt Street, which was behind my home. So Niels and DC Prep team met monthly with community members after purchasing the Frankfurt Street property, at Martha's Table, at DC Prep Elementary School, and online to discuss and brainstorm new locations after hearing from the community members. And at one of those meetings, I believe a community member from the Fort Stanton community suggested the Wilkinson building, having been a long-term Ward 8 resident, knowing that Wilkinson was a former school, and figured that it was easier to move there as a former school and less construction than building on Frankfurt Street. With that being said, I support DC Prep locating to Wilkinson, especially since it will eliminate building on Frankfurt Street. I appreciate the time working with Niels and his commitment to hearing all the frustrations and communication around the Frankfurt Street, and support the move to Wilkinson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness is Valerie Jablow, who I believe is joining us by phone.
Yes, hi. I am Valerie Jablow. As a DC resident, I am testifying that this RFO of Wilkinson, a $21 million public school property, appears designed to benefit only private entities by going around DC regulations that ensure public accountability while not providing needed public information, ignoring public input, and inadequately demonstrating public benefit. This RFO thus may deny full value to the public for disposition of its asset. Consider that on March 30th, the public had literally 1 hour to weigh in on both Wilkinson's surplus and disposition. There has also been no explanation of how DC Prep's middle school there is a public benefit in the wake of a surplus in middle school seats, no publicly available surplus analysis for Wilkinson, no engagement with the public on uses other than this, no explanation of what DC Prep is paying DC for its remaining year at Bernie, and no explanation of how other schools, charter or DCPS, may have used Wilkinson. Even the justification for offering Wilkinson to DC Prep as a way to make up for its middle school leaving Bernie so DCPS could have Bernie appears unsupported. A June 2020 Committee as a Whole report noted that DC Prep signed a 2-year lease for Bernie with the intent that DC Prep would be there beyond the lease's end in June 2022. But neither that lease nor DC Prep board minutes say anything about that. Moreover, just 9 months after signing its Bernie lease and 6 months before starting its middle school at Bernie, DC Prep spent $1.2 million for a property for its middle school at 1619 Frankfurt Southeast. Public exclusion started long before the March 30th public meeting. Lease negotiations for DC Prep locating at Wilkinson were well underway in November 2020, according to DC Prep's board minutes. The hurry now to accommodate DC Prep's renovation of Wilkinson in time for school year 22-23 overlooks that the school must be approved by the charter board to be at that location. This casts the charter board vote, along with that March 30th public meeting, as simply pro forma theater. The council also reported that this RFO is fiscally good for DC because renovation of Wilkinson will not have to be undertaken by DC. But the public has never been presented with specifics on hazard remediation or its cost, while DC Prep, like all DC charter schools, receives DC taxpayer money specifically for its facilities, including this one. Moreover, because there is no official documentation by DC that any school is specifically needed at this location, there may be no fiscal benefit to DC in renovating Wilkinson as a school, except to benefit DC Prep. This suggests that the council is undercutting its own fiscal oversight. An additional unmentioned cost here concerns the Charter School Incubator Initiative, CSII. Like DC Prep, CSII was offered Wilkinson via the FY21 Budget Support Act to make up for DC taking over Bernie, which CSII held under long-term lease. The implication was that CSII was giving up its Bernie lease for free. But in February 2021, the council approved giving CSII $7.5 million for Bernie's lease based on debt from capital improvements and remaining lease income. Yet I was unable to find in public documents a clear outline of how much CSII actually spent on Bernie. Perhaps worst of all, none of this is new. Wilkinson has been left off master facility plan documents since 2018, and even in 2017, KIPP referenced locating one of its schools at Wilkinson. The lease of Bernie to DC Prep was signed in March 2019, more than a year before DC Prep located its middle school at Bernie, by CSII rep Anna Harvey, who at the time had a personal relationship with a council member. All of that suggests DC public officials have literally spent years in private conversations with private entities contemplating Wilkinson, while the public was only given 1 hour for the same. Your duty is to ensure accountability and to protect the public interest, not to ease the passage of public assets into private hands, nor to claim that the public has been consulted and informed when it clearly has not, and while there is no way for the public to assess whether this is a good deal for DC, not just for private entities. My testimony here has footnotes documenting my statements herein. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jablow. Our next public witness is Dr. Clowney. I'm sorry, Rashad Bumpers. My apologies, Rashad Bumpers.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair White, Chair McDuffie, and council members. My name is Rashad Bumpers. I serve on the board for the Fort Sand Civic Association and also a Ward 8 resident. I'm actually located next door to 1619 Frankfurt Street. So I just wanted to say that I'm speaking on behalf of the Fort Sand Civic Association in support of DC Prep building at Wilkinson. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of that. And I just wanted to say that DC Prep has been in constant meetings and conversation. I've been talking to Niels for, as Kim Davis said, over about 2 years now, in discussion on helping them find a new location for their Anacostia for their middle school location. So I do support it in terms of offering a new community amenities and refurbishing Wilkinson. As there are a lot of buildings in DC that are underutilized. I think this would be a perfect opportunity for these buildings to be used for educational purposes. So I appreciate their work over the years and the opportunity for them to listen to the community and get our feedback and understand how big of an impact this is in putting a school in the community. So I do support DC Prep to build their new middle school at Wilkinson, and I urge the council to pass this bill so that they can open for the new school for the 2022 school year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally for this panel, Patrick Clowney.
Good afternoon, DC Council. Thank you for your time. My name is Patrick Clowney, and I'm currently a Ward 4 resident, but I'm a proud parent of 2 DC Prep children who have attended DC Prep for the last 6 years, and they'll be starting their 7th year this fall, hopefully in person. As we like to say down south, if the good Lord's willing and the creek doesn't rise. I am also a proud parent of a McKinley Tech graduate who recently finished law school from the University of Maryland. So proud of him also. I've served 2 years as a DCPS Head Start Parents Policy Council, and I also served 2 years on the DCPS Chancellor's Parent Cabinet. I currently serve on the DC Prep Board of Directors as a parent representative, and I also serve on Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton's Service Academy Selection Committee. But I come to you today as a parent and a DC resident. I just want you to know that I am thoroughly vested in the DC public education system. Let me be clear. Tip O'Neill famously said that people want you to ask you to vote for them. Today, I'm asking that the entire council vote for DC Prep moving forward into the Wilkinson campus on our desired timeline. I'm asking for a unanimous vote. What a great message to send to the citizens and parents of Ward 8, as well as the citizens and residents of DC, that next to safety and security, nothing is more important to this council than the education of our children. All the children of DC, they are your children, they are my children. DC Prep is a proven commodity in the district. The outstanding results speak for themselves. Presidential Blue Ribbon, perennial top charter school, consistently outperform schools with PARCC tests. DC Prep has demonstrated that children of color, primarily in wards 5, 7, and 8, can perform and exceed academic expectations. DC Prep's results indicate that they, the teachers, the principals, the administrators, the support staff, the parents have found a way to reach and make a difference in the most vulnerable of our society, the children of color. This new campus will provide the children of Ward 7 and Ward 8 a state-of-the-art education campus where they will continue to achieve academic excellence. I steadfastly believe in the children of color. I know that there are doctors, lawyers, teachers, and scientists in Ward 8. And dare I say, some future politicians and councilmen. There's a potential mayor in Ward 8. And I also believe that there are many people of color that never reached their full potential because the school system failed them. And I think all of us know of someone that didn't reach their full potential. From pre-3 through college, DC Prep provides wraparound support services to their students with the Prep Next program. DC Prep places these future leaders on the right path. In closing, I would ask for a unanimous vote. And when you vote, I ask that you vote through the lens of a parent. I ask that you vote from a parent's perspective. I also ask that you vote from a child's perspective. What is in the best interest of the children? If you vote from these two lenses and these two perspectives, I think that you will undoubtedly cast the right vote. Thank you for your time, and may Providence guide you in your vote.
Thank you very much, and thank you to this entire panel. As Councilmember Trayon White indicated at the earlier panel, it is especially helpful for us to hear from parents. I do want to clarify something though, as we do our analysis at the council. You know, what is at issue is not whether or not DC Prep is a good school or whether we like or support DC Prep. The analysis that we are charged with doing is making sure that the law was followed and that the property is ripe for surplus and disposition, which, you know, we can't make that determination appropriately based on our feelings about a particular school. So I try to set aside my positive feelings about DC Prep as I would for any organization that would seek to locate this property, because I want to make sure I do this job with fidelity. My first question is to Mr. Bumpers. I want to make sure I understood your position. I'm hoping you're still with us. Okay. Hopefully you didn't have to drop off. As I understood your testimony, Mr. Bumpers, you live next door to the school where there was community opposition, and you all wanted that school to be located elsewhere. And I would like to understand a bit more why the Fort Stanton community didn't believe it was appropriate or preferable to have the DC Prep campus in that neighborhood. I think you're still with us, so hopefully you can turn on your camera. All right. If you're able to get your camera on, please do join us. Miss Jablow, let me turn to you. You had mentioned, and I'm hoping that you're with us as well. You had mentioned something in your testimony, and I think you did submit your testimony in writing, and I was listening and not following along, that the school has to be approved by the charter school board before it can be located at Wilkinson. Is it your understanding that the charter school board has not yet approved this?
Hi, I am still here, and no, it has to be approved at that location. The middle school was approved a while back, and it obviously exists right now. That's not the issue. It has to be approved for that location, and that has not yet happened as far as I know, and I checked on the charter board website yesterday, and I didn't see a call for public comment, which is what the process normally entails. So that has to happen. Basically, the council, by putting this through quickly, will be voting on this before the charter board will have done so.
Okay. When ordinarily, so how does that process usually work? Because obviously a charter school probably isn't going to be signing a lease if they don't know whether they're going to be approved. So how does that process usually work in terms of the order in which these approvals happen?
Not well. So it's the same problem. I don't think this is unique at all to this instance. In this case, however, we're dealing with a public asset as opposed to a property that doesn't have anything on it or doesn't have a school on it. So and that's why, for me at least, this is a big deal. This is a public asset, and there's been no discussion really about it except for this. As you know, the Budget Support Act purposely went around DC code to offer it to only two entities, DC Prep and the Charter School Incubator Initiative, because they were at Bernie. And it was intended, I think, well, to ensure that there was to make up for the loss of Bernie as a place that both of them had invested in. But it's not it is a very backwards process, let's put it that way, and it's very common in DC, as I'm sure you know. The charter board is constantly voting on locations, and the community is always late to the party.
I see we've been rejoined by Mr. Bumpers. Thank you very, very much. I'm not sure if you heard my question or if you need me to restate it.
I did not. I'm sorry. I stepped away for a second. What was the question?
No problem. So you are located. Your association is located in the location that DC Prep is not going to locate. Is that right?
Yes. Do you mean 1619 Frankfurt Street?
Yes.
Yes.
So the DC Prep is not at this point anticipating locating there. Is that?
No. At this point, they're looking at Wilkinson. Yes.
Okay. So why did the community where you are not find that location appropriate for DC Prep?
There are a number of reasons. So the main one I could bring up is traffic issues. So we actually did attend, I can't remember what the meeting was, but it was at, it's the charter school around the corner. Can't quite recall it. But we went there just for like community meeting, and it was during kind of the let out hours, the school hours, and it was just like, the traffic was just insane. So being here right next to Moden, which already has traffic issues, and Martha's Table, which already has, I mean, it just seems not like an ideal location in terms of like traffic issues. Also just the construction in like in the middle of the community, because we have, it's a residential community here. So building right in the middle of, all these residential properties just does not seem, just doesn't seem smart, considering that in DC, there are already many number of underutilized buildings that can be used by different organizations. So to put money into an entirely new building when you have one that's not really being used, just seems to me like the better option. And again, like being right next, like I'm right next door to the property. There's just also issues of like traffic. People already from Moden use our driveway to turn around. We already have traffic. So, and we already have parking issues in terms of Martha's Table as well. So it just did not seem like a feasible option.
Okay. I guess I'll say what I'm sure other people are thinking. I don't see the real difference between the 1619 Frankfurt and the Wilkinson School, also in a residential neighborhood. So is there something I'm missing that makes these two locations different?
Well, I'm not familiar entirely with the Wilkinson building, but I would assume that since it's already built for the Infrastructure Academy and for that type of traffic, I mean, they have the infrastructure to accommodate that in terms of, I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not familiar with the entire building and the layout of it, but I do, since it's been there for years, I would assume that it's very well, accommodating to that type of, to that level of traffic. I think we're talking about 400 students here, 400 families. So.
Okay. Ms. Jablow, you did mention that residents only have 1 hour to testify at the public hearing. Were there people, to your knowledge, who wanted to testify who weren't able to testify?
I do not know that, and I'm in a relatively bad position to know that, because I myself had a hard time figuring out when this hearing was happening. I saw the legislation, I was following it, and I just kept hounding people in the deputy mayor's office and asking, like, when is this hearing? When is it going to happen? And they finally sent me a link. During the meeting, they said, well, they followed the proper channels. It was in the DC Register. And I thought, okay, well, I'm clearly not, really well attuned to things. I just thought that, DC could have done a better job. It's not like this is, closing of an alley. It's a former public school building. It's 140,000 square feet. It's huge. That's gigantic. I don't know what the capacity is, but I know from my kids' elementary school, which was 69,000 square feet, that had 500 kids. So, I'm thinking this has got to have at least capacity for 1,000. That's a large public asset, and it deserves attention. It not to be just, bandied about as a benefit. And it may be a benefit for the public, but there's no way really, I don't think, for the public to know that.
I'm out of time for this round, so I want to thank all of you, but I want to especially thank the parents who testified, Ms. Delmas, Ms. Davis, and Mr. Clowney for your testimonies. My colleagues may have some questions for you as well, so I hope you are able to hang on for a few minutes. Let me turn it over to Chairman McDuffie if you're here. If not, we'll go to, there we are.
I'm here, Chairman White. I did have a couple questions, but they were already answered in your line of questions. I was particularly interested in Ms. Jablow's comments about the surplus and disposition hearing that was conducted by the executive. I've seen the presentation. I've seen how they allocated the time, and it only added up to 1 hour. And so I did want to ask that question that you asked about whether there were people who were there who had intended to provide information, or people perhaps who weren't there, who didn't have notice. This is an opportunity at this hearing, and until the record closes, Ms. Jablow, anybody you know who would like to testify, who hasn't, can offer that testimony in writing up until the period where this hearing closes. I think it's extraordinarily important for residents to have the opportunity to provide their voice in our decision-making process. I think it is of particular importance when it comes to the disposition of schools. As I think most people would agree, education is the foundation, and we have these buildings that are not in use currently as public school buildings. We do have to try to anticipate whether there will be some use for them in that same vein. In this case, there's a charter school, but it's important to have people's voices be reflected in our decision-making process. And so to the extent there are others listening, or any other parents or people, whether you support or oppose these measures that are before these two committees, then we would like to hear your voices. And so I don't have any specific questions for this panel, but I do appreciate you all taking the time to provide your testimony. Again, especially those folks who otherwise might be working or taking care of kids. Taking the time out is no small measure and sacrifice of your time. So I appreciate that. I do want to recognize Mr. Clowney. I think I heard you say that your son is a graduate of McKinley Tech, as well as the University of Maryland Law School. And so I would just point out, I don't know if you're still there, that obviously McKinley Tech is in Ward 5 and a fine high school in our DC public school system. And I just happen to also be an alum of the University of Maryland Law School. I'm not sure if you knew that, but shout out to your son for that.
Thanks. He's studying for the bar right now.
Oh, all the best to him. Robert and I both know about what that means and that experience. And so all the best to him, and let me know if I can be helpful in any way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes, thank you. I do want to note, I did get an opportunity to speak to Mr. Niels before this, and also to Barbara Jones from the Fort Stanton Civic Association. So I wanted to ask you, Mr. Bumpers, because in your testimony you spoke about, you said something, you may have misspoke, but you said that Wilkinson was not used, so you all felt like it could have been used for that space. As we know, Wilkinson is used by the DC Infrastructure Academy, and even hearing from Fort Stanton Civic Association, the tone was, to me, let me be honest, anywhere but here, right? Even the former ANC commissioner, I know he's not the ANC anymore, which was Darrell Gastons. I met with him during the time that the community was opposing DC Prep, and I was like, why? And what's the rationale? And it was traffic, don't want the kids here. It was also the narrative that we have Garfield right here, and they're going to take away from the kids of Garfield. And I feel like now the narrative is anywhere but here. What do you say to that from me listening to the Civic Association now that the narrative changes?
Well, I would disagree with that narrative to saying anywhere but here. I think that our concerns were legitimate. I think that we do want to support NDC Prep finding a location for the kids in terms of, I do support education, but we just didn't think that this option was feasible. I mean, I just don't think that putting more money into a new building when there's a number of buildings that can be used. I mean, I understand that Infrastructure Academy, well, my understanding was that they were leaving. Well, that Wilkinson would be becoming vacant. At least that was my understanding. I do not have the ins and outs in regards to that, but that was my understanding. So that's really all. I mean, that's my take on it. I don't think it was anywhere but here. I just think that the community, a lot of the community, I mean, resounding, there were just legitimate concerns that I think. And I want to speak earlier at Rocket Ship. I mean, having all of that right here on this road, we already had issues with traffic and speeding. And I'll say it's the traffic with Moden as well. So I just didn't think it was a good idea to put, as Valerie mentioned, I mean, it's a huge undertaking in terms of that many kids and that many families right here in between two, because the property is situated between two residential homes. There's one home, which is mine, and then there's another home on the other end. So.
Thank you for that clarity. Has there been any more additional meetings recently with DC Prep and the Fort Stanton Civic Association?
Yes, I spoke with Ms. Barbara Jones. She has been in conversation with NEOS. I think I was not present at the last meeting, but I do know there have been recent conversations between them.
Are you saying they gave a new update or presentation to the community, or is this conversations?
Conversations. I'm not sure of any new presentation in terms of the community.
Okay.
Myself.
All right. Thank you. I believe her name is Ms. Jablo. Am I saying it right?
Yeah. Yes, you are.
Great. You spoke about the process in which this is underway. And your observance of situations like this, is this normal? Is this normal, or is this setting new precedents with the disposition of properties for charter schools relates to the timing and the way in which it's happening?
So yes, in terms of the charter board often approves locations after schools have been approved themselves. That is common. However, in this case, this is setting a different precedent because the legislation in the Budget Support Act specifically carved out an exception from, I'm sorry, I don't remember what the code is exactly. I think it was Landrieu Act that specifies all the different steps in which a former DCPS school building is offered to charter schools, and it involves a number of community inputs along the way. It's not a foolproof method by any means. I'm not really in favor of it, and that was foisted upon us, of course, by a senator from Louisiana. But this process just compressed all of that. It basically excluded any other use except this one with two entities, DC Prep and or the Charter School Incubator Initiative. And it was done supposedly to make up for the loss of Bernie. But because this is a public asset and it has enormous potential for that community as well as the entire city, it really deserves something better than just to be, tossed off for this one purpose. And as I said, maybe this is the best purpose, but the community, the city at large is not getting a chance to determine that. This process has been compressed. So we had one public meeting, 1 hour. But in the meantime, I struggled to find Wilkinson on, master facility plan documents. And this is also complicated by the fact that there is no master plan for schools in DC. So basically, it looks like it's a great thing, but in reality, we don't know what the best thing is because nobody has sat down and actually talked about what the needs of existing schools are and how best to support them and how to deal with the reality of unfilled seats. And there are, more than 20,000 unfilled seats right now. So, that's just really a tremendous, for me as a DC resident, that's a tremendous civic loss.
Thank you. I want to jump back real quick. I'm not sure my time, so help me, Chairman, if you can, to Mr. Bumpers. As relates to the traffic that you mentioned on the Franklin Street, do you know what was the conversation as relates to the traffic? What's that, Pomeroy Road? Have you heard anything back about that?
No, I have not. You mean in regards to Wilkinson or just in that area?
Yeah, Wilkinson and in the area.
Okay, yeah, I'm not. Only other conversations I knew with their, dealing with traffic in terms of the construction that was going on with Martha's Table. But anything outside of As it relates to Wilkinson, no, I was not aware of any of those conversations.
Have you all got any feedback from DDOT about the parking at all at you all's meetings?
No, parking as it relates to Wilkinson, no.
Okay, and the reason why I'm asking, because I spoke to the new ANC Commissioner Coleman, and he was
Kevin
apprehensive about producing a letter in support of DC Prep for a number of questions he had from the community as relates to traffic that he was unclear. I didn't know if that was brought to you all's attention too at you guys meeting. And
no, as far as I know, I was unaware of any issues as it relates to traffic from those parts of the community, because like I said, we've had many community meetings, and a lot of people asked about Wilkinson, talked about Wilkinson, and there was no one that stood up and said, oh, wait, hold on, if you do Wilkinson, what are the traffic issues? Do you know what I mean? So
yeah,
that to me, I'm not aware of that.
So I do know that there has been additional homes and apartments added to that street about 10 steps from Wilkinson since we first started even talking about DC Prep. And there's some more construction with more houses being added as well. So I just wanted to see if that came up in the last meeting.
No, but I do know that community has a new street added specifically for their parking and their traffic. So are you referring to the homes behind Martha's Table?
Yes, I mean,
yeah,
right
so
next door to Wilkinson.
Yeah, those have has a like I said, has a road through that community for those residents. Whereas, and like I said, the question earlier about what would be the difference between 1619 Frankfurt Street and Wilkinson is that you're not adding anything new to the mix. I mean, that has been there for years, and I'm sure those houses were there for years as well. This is an entirely new set of elements and traffic and families that have not been here before. So that would be my take on what would be the difference between Wilkinson and 1619 Frankfurt Street.
Got it. Thank you.
And you are out of time, Councilmember White. Well, actually, you got about 30 more seconds. I apologize.
I'll digress.
Well, I want to thank this panel of witnesses for being with us today, and we will now move to our final panel of public witnesses, which includes, sorry, I gotta look for my updated list. So we've had so many changes. Daryl Gaston, Alexis Hansford, and Absalom Jordan. Mr. Gaston, you can begin your testimony when you're ready. Welcome.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the last minute convo added to the agenda. So as you mentioned, Chairman White, and I see my good friend Councilmember Trayon White and Councilmember Duffy is there. This isn't about whether or not DC Prep is a good school or bad school. It's about making sure that residents in this community are not impacted by an unnecessary construction of a new building. So when residents in the community say that there has been no community input, or that the mayor or the deputy mayor has somehow used loopholes through a budget support act to give away Wilkinson, that is simply not true. And I think we need to see, how do we get here, right? So we got here because there were a bunch of people in my backyard walking around, and they, DC Prep, stated that they were building homes in my backyard. A couple of days later, it came to find out through an email that they were building a high-performing charter school. And so after that conversation and the lack of trust, I immediately notified the neighbors that there were a charter school coming, and there was literally nothing that we could do because, as you know, by federal law, charter schools have a right to be in certain neighborhood. And so we reached out to DC Prep. I know you and I had several conversations, Mr. Chairman, including the council member, and we had conversations with the deputy mayor as well. And one of the things was, outside of building on Frankfurt Street, what buildings in this community or what underutilized buildings currently exist that could be used. During that discovery, we then found out that Excel Academy, which is our only all-girls public school, was no longer a charter school and would be forced to be evicted out of Bernie. So then we had another situation. While putting DC Prep inside of Bernie means that Excel Academy will no longer be in their building. And so when we had a conversation with the deputy mayor, with council member Trayon White, and DC Prep at the Wilson building, we brought up another building. We brought up Wilkinson, we brought up the Malcolm X Opportunity Center, we brought up co-location with Garfield. And so we did a tremendous outreach to making sure that DC Prep had a building for them, but also that the residents in Fort Stanton, which is already bound by rocket ship, Stanton Elementary School, Garfield, 2 KIPP locations, and a daycare center at Martha's Table, was not forced to have another charter school within walking distance of the existing 5 schools. And during the pandemic, the mayor, I give her credit and I give the deputy mayor credit, found a solution to provide DC Prep with Wilkinson while maintaining that our all-girls school can stay at Bernie. And just to give you an exact look, I don't know how I'm switching my camera around. So I'm on my deck. And so if you see that tree literally ahead of us, a dead tree, that would be where DC Prep will build their middle school. I can literally walk 100 feet and touch DC Prep. And I think that's kind of unsafe, one, for the kids in that particular building, because you're forcing 22 homes to have to figure out how to have their shades down when they wake up, so that we're not exposing 300-400 kids to adults who are waking up out of their bed getting ready for school. And so while some of my neighbors have alluded to traffic, for me, it's more so not about traffic, but about the lack of trust. And I think anyone knows when my mind is set on creating a solution or stopping something, it can get there. But I think Niels, and I thank the council, as well as the mayor and the deputy mayor, for finding the solution. And so I hope that this committee, as well as the full council, vote to provide this building, Wilkinson, to DC Prep, as well as making sure that we hold them accountable, as well as figuring out how do we prevent other charters who tend to come to Black communities like 5, 7, and 8, because there's a notion that we just don't educate our kids properly. But as you mentioned, this is not about their performance, but about whether or not Wilkinson is the right fit for them. So thank you so much, Chairman.
Thank you very much. And sorry, I forgot the order that I used. Alexis Hansford, welcome.
Hello, how is everyone?
Doing well.
So I'm a parent of DC Prep, as you all know, or you guys don't know. I have been with the school since 2015. We've been in a trailer and we transitioned into the new building. It's time for a home. You know, my kids, they're growing up. They're experiencing new things in Ward 8. It's like me or any, parent applying for a job or opportunity. I think it's time to give these babies an opportunity. Just like when you guys were in the position to get an opportunity to work hard for, I think, the parents have put in enough legwork. The leadership have put in enough legwork to, work at the Frankfurt Street. Now we're considering Wilkinson building. I had nieces and nephews that went to the Wilkinson building back in the day when Marion Bunyan was there. He did a lot of community work. It was a great school back in the day. So I don't, see why it's not, this would not be like a good place for DC Prep. DC Prep is consistent. They hold their parents and kids accountable. The numbers show for everything. And, we're dedicated to try to get these, these babies a new home.
Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
Mr. Absalom Jordan, good to have you with us. You're on mute, sir.
Did I fix myself now?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman White and Chairman McDuffie. I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. The sage of Ward 8, Frederick Douglass, says a man should never leave his home for another until he's made the place he's leaving like the place he is going to. I believe that same analogy should hold true for public schools as opposed to charter schools. And let me just say at this point, one of the things that struck me, and it hits me in a very sensitive spot. Most of my family were teachers. My mother, my father, my aunts, all of us were, not me, but all of my family were in the public school systems. And also my family in Tennessee were all teachers. And for me to hear a teacher who is in the public school system saying that she has her child in the charter school strikes me as being, it's hard for me to understand that, because if you are in that school system, you ought to be trying to do everything you can to make it the best. And so if it's not at that point, then you shouldn't be there. I want to address the matter of charter schools because I believe we need to have a discussion about them. The privatization of education and the questions of using public property to fuel a real estate boom are things we need to take another look at. As an ANC Commissioner in Ward 8, I'm curious about whether the impacted commissions were provided notice pursuant to the DC Code 130910B, which requires that notice be provided to commissions when the change of use of property is proposed. My commission has been through this before, and DGS did not provide us with notice. I'm not aware that the council, while authorizing the expeditious consideration of the declaration of property as surplus, waived the notice requirement. It should also be noted that notice is required to each affected commission, not just the immediate commission. And Chairman White, you raised the question about whether the immediate commissioner would get notice or had been contacted. Both the council and mayor have routinely failed to adhere to the DC code regarding notice requirements. And in doing this, avoid the legal requirement of notice and need to give great weight consideration to recommendations from affected commissions. You raised the question of a witness as to whether he had received support of the SMD representative for the transfer. Also, witnesses have testified today that their children who attend the charter school live in all parts of Ward 8, and therefore there is more than one commission whose constituents are impacted by the proposed transfer of the building. Chairman White, ANCs are prohibited by law from initiating legal actions through the courts to enforce the right to have to the rights we have established in law. You and the attorney, and also Chairman McDuffie, I would hope would value compliance with the law being a paramount consideration, and hope that this will guide you in reviewing the proposed transfer.
Thank you very much.
I'm not finished. There have been so much talk about this year about equity. So what has happened to the mayor's commitment to equity? Given the current proposal to move the Infrastructure Academy out of Ward 8 means that equity is merely a buzzword. Is it equitable to take a program which is designed to provide training and job skills for the most disadvantaged from the place where the most disadvantaged live? Ward 8 has the greatest disparity in income, and this would translate into access to transportation. So while parents are talking about the need to have neighborhood schools, shouldn't the same rationale apply for training programs? The objective should be to reach back to those who our educational system failed to provide them with an opportunity as well. There are residents in Ward 8 who need a chance to take advantage of the good paying jobs, middle-class jobs that the Infrastructure Academy is providing training for. Ward 8 has the highest unemployment level in the city. So shouldn't it be obvious that the programs which will train the unemployed in Ward 8 could best serve them by being in Ward 8? There's also another consideration, Chairman White. When residents of Ward 8 can get the training they need for gainful employment, this will have a stabilizing impact on the ward. As more Ward 8 residents find jobs, this will have an impact on the crime rate in the ward. Ward 8 has the highest level of poverty in the ward, and this will be impacted as more residents receive the training that they need to find jobs. When we weigh the consideration of the different interests, I believe that the greatest public interest is served by the council rejecting the declaration that Wilkinson is surplus and permitting the Infrastructure Academy to remain at the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Jordan. So Commissioner Jordan, help me understand, and I apologize if I missed it. The Wilkinson School is not in your single member district, is that correct?
No, sir, but if you read the code, the salient point is if it has impact on commissions, it doesn't just, yes, it requires notice to the single member district and the ANC and what have you, but it also says that if it impacts commissions, our commission, as I've noted here, when the parents are saying we're from all over Ward 8, I understand what is 600 students out of the 2,000 that are in the charter school, this charter school system, live in Ward 8. And so the majority of them, a portion of them live in Ward 8, but that means they live all throughout Ward 8. And so if we look at it from that perspective, then I have constituents who are possibly served in that school, and I have a vested interest in seeing that my constituents' interests are protected.
I see. Now, arguably, we had one parent of a student and the parent and student live in Ward 4. So wouldn't your argument extend to indicate that every commission would need to be notified?
I don't want to, let me just say something. I'm an ANC commissioner, and I believe that the laws need to be enforced, and we need to have the greatest level of input. That I know there's going to be some problems with that. And while we're talking about that, I wish you would remove the restriction that prohibits us from going to court so that we could establish, the courts could help us, give us guidance in terms of what our limits are, but right now, I don't want to see limitations on what commissions can do. Okay. But as this situation, as it relates to Ward 8, because Wilkinson is located in Ward 8, then I would think that the commissions in Ward 8 would be advised about this, would be given notice, and that our comments would be given great weight consideration.
Now, the DC Prep is arguing that after next school year, the school year coming up, they will not have any more capacity at their current location, and therefore need somewhere to fit their expanding school body. What would you recommend? So I did hear you that you want the Infrastructure Academy to stay at Wilkinson, and I understand the argument there, but what about DC Prep? What should they do in terms of expansion?
That's something that we should have a discussion about. So I don't have the answer to that right now, but I think it ought to be open to public discussion in terms of where it can be located. But I'm just saying to you right now, the Infrastructure Academy is an asset in our ward. And when you talk about moving it over to Spingarn, how difficult is it going to be for Ward 8 residents to get transportation over to Spingarn?
So what I haven't looked at yet, it doesn't look like Wilkinson isn't particularly close to Metro. So no. I would assume that it is not particularly easy to get to currently.
Well, no, there are bus lines. When we say, you talking about Metro bus,
train,
Metro subway.
Yeah, right. Yes.
We're served by the bus system. Okay. But when you talk about going to Spingarn, how many buses and subways do you have to get on to get to Spingarn?
That's a quiz for Councilman
McDuffie knows. He's from Ward 5. He knows how many trains and buses you'd have to transfer on, and how much is it going to cost to get there. We're in the poorest ward. We don't have those assets that other people may have to travel around and what have you. So it's located in an area where it can provide the best service and do the best work, because the people here are the ones that it's designed to serve.
Mr. Gaston, I want to tell you that the argument that folks are going to have to keep their windows closed when they're getting dressed is not a particularly persuasive one for me, because that's most people in a city. We got to keep our windows closed. But is, you know, I know that you were particularly engaged and concerned about Excel Academy because it is, you know, I assume your position was, you know, it's an important, necessary school, and so they should have a home. DC Prep's argument is probably similar. You know, they're going to say, look, they're a high performance school. They have a long waiting list. They want to make sure they can continue to grow or meet demand, in which case they would have to go somewhere. So what is your kind of thought along those lines of where would be appropriate for them to go?
So I say this not to get in trouble because I think it took time to build trust with DC Prep and Niels to where we are now. But when we look at the PMF model, right? Just because you're a tier 1 doesn't mean you're high performing and your kids are on grade level. And so we have to use high performing as a loose fitted word. And so originally for me, outside of the fact that I was told originally from their developers that they were building homes, so that they were building a charter school, and they knew nothing about the ANCs from their director, Laura, my original opposition to them was they cheated their model by putting all their testing grades in middle school. So therefore having all your testing grades in middle schools allow for you to have high performing elementary schools where all your kids have to do is point out the color red or point out apples, right? And after we realized that this was a matter of right and that we couldn't treat charter schools any different than elementary schools, I had to then look at the playing field and say, hey, you know, you can build here. Sure, I can stop you through DDOT curb cuts. I can stop you with DCRA permits not being issued. But at the end of the day, you have a right to be here. So how can I be a good neighbor to DC Prep? How can we be a good neighbor to figure out where you could go? So we looked at Malcolm X Opportunity Center. We looked at Wilkinson. We looked at Winston in Ward 7 in Ward 7, and we knew they were going to Bernie. And so after looking at Bernie, we then realized that they had a contract there and that going to Bernie would displace another school. And so for me, it's not necessarily that they're the best school. It's about making sure that they have a location that's suitable for them, that doesn't impact residents who've already congested with an existing 5 schools within a walking distance.
Now, then you can probably shed light on this. One of the kind of colloquy I had with a previous panelist was, you know, he suggested that Fort Stanton wasn't the appropriate location because it's a residential neighborhood and it didn't fit the traffic pattern. My observation is that Wilkinson is similarly situated. So why is Wilkinson more appropriate from sort of a you know, location standpoint in terms of its ability to accommodate the necessary traffic?
So from the ANC standpoint, Wilkinson 1 already existed. It had the opportunity to build a parking lot behind the school. It is near an unimproved alley that would allow for them to either do an alley cut to have cars drive from Elvins Road to the back of Wilkinson, or even use Primary Road to drive, as Niels mentioned, to the 40 parking lots behind the school. So for me, Wilkinson made more sense because it was a building that already existed. So the homes at Hillsdale, which are the townhomes that are on Howard Road, Palmer Road, and Stanton Road, those homes were built years after Wilkinson was already there, and from a former public housing community that was then transformed under a new communities from HUD. And so Wilkinson 1 existed, but 2, they had more room and more acreage to build parking lots behind the school rather than building on Frankfurt Street, which would have took away parking from the few homes and the apartment buildings along Frankfurt Street.
Okay, that is helpful. I appreciate that. Well, let me just finally to this panel say thank you to Ms. Hans for your testimony as well. Very grateful to have parents join us for these hearings. So let me move to my co-chair, Chairman McDuffie.
Thank you, Chairman White, and thank you to all the folks who testified on this panel. I appreciate your insights, especially to the extent that we got some sort of information that was a little different than some of the previous panels. I want to make sure I understood, Commissioner Jordan, just to make sure I understood you correctly. Your your commission is not in the single member district where the Wilkinson School is it that you are a member of the overall ANC that is impacted, or a separate ANC? You're on mute.
I'm sorry, Chairman McDuffie. I'm in a separate ANC, but I just pulled up the provision of the DC code that is applicable, and it doesn't limit that. See, I'm trying to get us.
Mr. Jordan, I wasn't trying to limit you. I mean, I'm familiar with what I think you're talking about, which is the 30-day written notice.
Yes.
To the affected advisory neighborhood commissions, and it doesn't say that it's a single member district. It doesn't say.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you're saying, and you're probably referencing 10801. DC Code 10801 and the notice provisions?
1309-10B.
Yeah, okay.
And my segue is that we've got children, since they're saying they have children from all over the ward in there, that means they're constituents that are in my single member district or in my ANC who would be impacted by this.
No, I understand that. And,
okay.
And do you think, though, with the point that you're making, that there are some people who perhaps have not had an opportunity to weigh in, whether in support or not, or the fact that the notice never happened meant that, well, I should put it that way, perhaps that the notice was not received by you or some other commissioners that may fit within that phrase of affected advisory neighborhood commissions, that there are people who have yet to weigh in that might otherwise have weighed in?
Yes, I think that because this is fast track, that's number one. And the second thing is I listened to Ms. Jablow's testimony, and she has a more detailed insight in terms of what the process has been up to this point. But clearly there are folks who may have wanted to say something who were not given an opportunity to participate in this process. And I believe that whether it's by design or by accident, the other commissions who may have wanted to have input in this process have been denied it.
Okay. And just in terms of the timeline, and I appreciate Commissioner Gaston sort of laying out some of the things that have occurred since it was proposed, since the DC Prep had purchased the site on Frankfurt, and everything that has transpired subsequent to that, I think is really important information in terms of context and just the time frame, because I know that they being the District of Columbia government and the deputy mayor, have a meeting on the surplus and disposition as is required by law. But to the extent that there are people who have not had an opportunity to weigh in, we obviously want to hear from them. But I also don't want to necessarily slow something down. I don't know, that's probably not the right way to phrase it, because I think it's important to slow things down and get them right. But I also don't want to keep things from happening if, in fact, the opportunities have been afforded to the impacted advisory neighborhood commissions, their constituents that they represent, and any other stakeholders who have something important to share to the council as we contemplate moving this forward. And just to, again, provide some context, this hearing is for permanent legislation for a resolution to surplus and dispose of Wilkinson School. There is separately emergency measure on the agenda for tomorrow that was introduced by the chairman at the request of the mayor. That is, I think when people say fast track, you're probably referring to what's going to happen, if it does happen, in fact, tomorrow, with this being on the agenda as an emergency measure. And that's
if I may,
sure.
I'm sorry, if I may add. So there are commissioners who don't check their ANC emails that miss out on a lot of notifications. Mm-hmm. And agencies, government agencies, community members tend to send email to government accounts. And so just because a commissioner doesn't check their ANC email doesn't mean that the government did not properly notify a certain commissioner. And even during this process, while having a conversation about Wilkinson, I reached out and we talked to Commissioner Hannah Baker, who was the former commissioner of 8807, who lived literally right across the street. The charter board had 4 meetings and notified ANC 8A and notified ANC 8B. And the charter board put on record that they were less likely to approve DC Prep move into Frankfurt Street because of the community opposition, and urged them to go back to the drawing board to look at other options. We have monthly meetings with not only the deputy mayor, but with Chancellor Furby as well, to making sure that while we were looking for a home for DC Prep, that Excel was not displaced. And even with Donnie Gonzalez over at DGS and looking at surplus buildings. And so this was not just something that happened through a budget support act overnight. This was a calculated event that took place over many, many months. And unfortunately, the pandemic slowed that outreach down because people were afraid to go door to door. People were afraid to do a lot of things, but DC Prep had an email list and phone numbers and still kept in contact with a number of residents. And while DGS could have did a better job at informing residents about a meeting that they were having, that should not, as you say, slow down or put a hiccup in the process of something that has been going on for more than a year.
So I appreciate that. Again, that context, Commissioner Gaston. Just to be clear, Commissioner Gaston, and I know the answer to this, but I like the record to reflect it coming from you. Which ANC are you a part of?
Well, I was the former ANC commissioner for 8B04, which is the affected SMD for 1619 Frankfurt and Wilkinson.
8B04.
Yes.
Got it. All right. And Commissioner Jordan, which ANC are you a part of?
I'm in 8D03. Well, I'm in 8D. And my single member district is 8D03. But can I just make a quick comment on a couple of things?
Sure.
One is that Mr. Gaskins made the point about ANC commissioners not checking their emails. The law provides that the commission can ask that notices be provided in writing. Our commission has done that and we're not getting those notices in writing. So they can either be transmitted electronically or you can make a request to have all the notices in writing. And that's not happening. The second thing is about DGS. Our commission went through an experience with DGS where we submitted recommendations to them and they never complied with the law in terms of addressing our recommendations. So I'm saying there's a problem there because the courts have said that each and every issue that is raised when you submit those recommendations to an agency, they have to address them. DGS didn't address any of them that we've raised. So I have a problem with relying on DGS in terms of saying that they've done something that's appropriate, that's consistent with the law, when the experience that we've had at ANC 8D is that they don't do it.
So I appreciate that, and I'm coming to the conclusion for my my questions for this panel, but I think that Director Anderson of DGS should be prepared to answer when he comes up the extent of the notice that was provided. To whom was the notice provided and what form did the notice take? And frankly, maybe it's a question for my colleagues and I, in particular, the committee that has relevant jurisdiction, which I think is Councilman Weiss, but that term affected in the law, I think it perhaps leaves it open for some degree of interpretation that, and I'll have my staff look at it as well, because it comes up in 10801, as it does, I imagine, in other areas of the code. But I would wonder if it's consistent where it appears in the code in terms of what the responsibility is of government to provide notice to the affected advisory neighborhood commissions. How far does that reach? Is it just the single member district, which I don't think it is? Is it just the ANC that is represented? If it is multiple ANCs, 8A, 8B, 8C, et cetera, or is it the entire ANC in a ward? how are we looking at that? And so I don't want to create any additional issues. I really don't. I think the more challenging question for us, which we'll have to answer at some point with this permanent, this resolution before these two committees, but even more so for the vote tomorrow, if it indeed happens, is the equities, so the balancing of equities I described earlier, which is of concern to me. Look, there are things that we want for residents across District of Columbia, and in some cases, there are things that certain communities have that others don't. And so we want to make sure that we're allocating resources appropriately. And I think equity doesn't mean giving everybody the same thing. Equity is not in equality. Equity is giving the residents who need things the resources that they need, which could be different. And in many cases is different depending on the communities that you're looking at. I don't want to benefit in Ward 5 from something that gets taken from some other ward. And in this case, it is a ward that I understand well needs additional resources. And so it is a balancing of the equities and what that looks like. I also will recognize, though, there are a lot of resources that exist and are directed in different parts of the city where we have higher instances of crime, of unemployment, of unaffordable housing and things like that. And I don't know that moving a resource from one ward to another means that the residents won't be served in the way that they should. I guess what I'm saying is a recognition of the testimony provided by Mr. Jordan is really important to me. And I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I talk to them frequently about these things, and I would venture to say that it's extraordinarily important to them as well. And so that is something that we have to consider, both with the measure before the committees today that you all are testifying about, but also the emergency on the agenda tomorrow. And ultimately, what I like to do is make a decision that ultimately supports the communities that are impacted. And I think there's a way to do that. And I appreciate you all's testimony in informing the decision that we ultimately make.
And Councilman, I'm sorry. And the last thing I'm gonna make a prudent point. So the council two budgets ago started the process of moving DCIA from the Wilkinson building because of the infrastructure needed for that building. Mm-hmm. And so whether DC Prep was going to Wilkinson or not, DCIA were moving out of that building in a couple of years.
No, I'm aware of that.
But there's some people in the community who thinks DC Prep is pushing DCIA out. And I just wanted for the record to show that that's not happening.
Well, I appreciate that, because it's ultimately not DC Prep that is pushing anyone, anywhere, or any entity anywhere. It's a decision that gets made by elected officials, including officials in the executive and at the council. And so it is something that was in motion before this year. And so I appreciate you making that point. It is not DC Prep as a school that is pushing the Infrastructure Academy anywhere. At least that's not my understanding of the sequence of events. And so I appreciate you adding that a bit. So I'm going to stop there, Chairman White, and I imagine Councilmember Trayon White has some questions or some comments for this panel. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Councilmember White.
Thank you. I just want to make a brief comment about what Mr. Gasson just said about the moving of the DC Infrastructure Academy, in which I was opposed to, then later learned that it was in the BSA, the Budget Support Act. I believe that you were there, and also Mr. Ab Jordan was there at the community meeting when we first advocated for the DC Infrastructure Academy to ensure not just jobs, but career opportunities come to Ward 8. And then I remember the grand opening, and that's when the deputy mayor was here, and she's gone, and the then DOES director who was here, he's gone, and I believe that the director for DOS has changed 3 times since then. There's been a lot of turnover. And so I'm concerned about where do we go from here? And I hate to be in a situation where we're trying to suggest one versus the other. And I guess over time, when I learned of DC Prep potentially going to Wilkinson, it was my understanding they was going to co-locate because DC Infrastructure Academy wasn't using up the space. But to say that we didn't have the resources to house them there, that's not totally true, because we had $17 million that was supposed to be used to retrofit Wilkinson for the DC Infrastructure Academy. And now that money is used in Spingarn. So we had the resources and the money. And as you all know, we had a community meeting to discuss that. And one of the things I am concerned about in this conversation is about disposition of properties to other entities through these government leases. I've heard of 30-year leases, 60-year leases, and now I'm hearing from DC Prep a 25-year lease with potential extension for another 25 years, which means 50 years. And I am not confident in a contract of that sort. So I am concerned. And I know you, Mr. Gaskins, were part of conversations as it relates to what happened at Excel Academy with some of the companies, I believe 10 Square. And now we're hearing that the school had a lease, and then the school has to get put out because they can't occupy the lease because of various reasons. I just want to know your thoughts about dispositions of this sort, and want you to speak to what happened at Excel Academy from your experience in the meetings we've had with Deputy Mayor Kine and my staff, if you can remember.
Yeah. So for the record, I'm a proud supporter of traditional public schools. I think we are oversaturated with charter schools. I think charter schools need to have a moratorium, but unfortunately, we can't do that because of federal law without treating them any different than DC public schools. But when we did the investigation of learning that Excel Academy, because it was no longer a charter school, had to leave at the end of their lease, we did a 4-year through DGS and got a copy of the contract. And so the contract with Building Hope, Building Pathways stated that that building for 99 years was only supposed to be occupied by charter schools. And so one of the solutions that we had for DC Prep was for them to permanently move and be housed at Bernie. But my main concern and fear was, how do we move DC Prep to Bernie without finding a home for Excel? And I thought the ball dropped with DC Public Schools and the Deputy Mayor Office for Education, because when they took over Excel Academy, they knew at that moment that they had to have another home. And so they were not doing what they needed to do to find another home for Excel. And we had our meeting, Councilmember Trayon White, as you know, with the Deputy Mayor. And then I reached out several times to Councilmember Robert White so we can find that solution. And so it was, to my surprise, during the pandemic to find out that they reached an agreement with Building Hope, Building Pathways, and that they were giving Wilkinson to Building Pathways, Building Hope by way of giving it to DC Prep, and they gave them $1 million to keep Excel at Bernie. But I think that the buildings that we have, we need to maintain to ensure that we have the programming and the resources to perfect what our main purpose is, and that's educating our kids, right? So people say there's no difference between charters and DCPS. There is. There's a reason why you open up a charter school, because for whatever particular reason that is. And so our commitment needs to be educating our kids in DCPS, because most charter schools, when they submit their application, their goal is to outdo DC public schools by beating the benchmarks. And right now the benchmark is 34% DC public schools are on grade level in reading, 36% are on grade level in math. So a charter school can come in and say, hey, you know what? We want to do 38%. And so they get accepted by just educating one more kid more than DCPS, and that's a failure for our whole community.
I think that one of the other factors that you may leave out in that equation, as we've seen historically in the district, is that they have the option to kick a person out because they are out of school by right. And so when you have children with learning disabilities or behavior problems, before testing time, those individuals can be kicked out and redirected back to their traditional public school. And most of the time, without the adequate funding needed to address those needs, while you take the cream of the crop. I'm not saying it's happening in all cases, but it's happening a lot throughout the district.
Yes, so you're right. So they say I have an enrollment of 600 kids. They enroll 600 kids. Come October 1st, they get the funds to the kids. October 2nd, they then kick out 50 kids to go to their neighborhood school. So now the Anacostia or Garfield or Stanton Elementary School have 50 more kids without having the funding necessary to add an extra teacher, and it's a strain on our education system.
Let me ask you this: Are you in support of the DC Infrastructure Academy and where? I mean, in its inception, where are you with it now?
No, so I originally had a conversation with DC Prep about having a co-location space, having a program for parents in Ward 8, particularly some of the parents that have their kids at DC Prep. One of the things that we realized is that there's an education gap between our parents and this new education like math and writing that our DCPS students are learning. I didn't know that they were co-locating until most recently when I went to the ANC meeting. But I do think we do need an infrastructure academy, or we need to perfect our education, adult education schools like CC Prep or Academy of Hope here in the community. One of the issues that I do know that I can speak to that a lot of people that was interested in DCIA did not go to because it was centrally located within 3 neighborhoods that were beefy. So you have Wellington Park, Pitts Place, and Woodland. And so somebody from Wellington Park who may wanted to go to the PEPCO program didn't go because they feared running into somebody from a beefing neighborhood, and they didn't want to put their life in jeopardy. And so while we're looking at either creating a new DCIA at Spingarn or creating another program here in the ward, the safe passage that we give to high school kids and elementary school kids need to also be applied for our adult learners, because many of them don't go out and venture outside of their communities because the beef that they have with other people.
Thank you. Let me jump to Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, were you in the initial conversation about the DC Infrastructure Academy early on? I guess it was 2018. Is Mr. Epsilon Jordan still here? Maybe he's gone. There he is.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes, sir. The public meetings that were held for the academy?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure if you remember when we had the meeting in which Phil Mendelson attended, and the money was taken out the budget and got put back to ensure that DC infrastructure not only would exist, but be in Ward 8. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where do you stand with that? And I hate to put the two between each other, but just in support or not in support of DC Infrastructure Academy, about what has it been beneficial to the ward? Do you know, has it been working or not working? What is your stand on that as a commissioner?
From all that I understand, it's been a tremendous asset in the ward. It's working. And that's why I'm taking the position today that we should continue to have it located in the ward. It's successful. And I think that moving it out of the ward will create some additional challenges for people that will limit their access to the training that's being provided.
And I heard you talking to Councilman McDuffie about transportation. For those who don't know, I attended Phelps High School in 9th grade, and it took me about over an hour to get to school and to get home every day, which was also a barrier financially for me. I had siblings in the same high school as well, and safety. There were a number of safety issues at the school related to the guys who was going there from Southeast. And so I ended up transferring out of there after one semester. So I do want to think about that as I heard your conversation with McDuffie about transportation and access to funds and resources to get there.
Can I make one other comment though? We're talking about DGS, and I'm not talking about the current directive, but I have to look at what's been happening in the past. And charter schools have been getting away with a lot. For example, the Eagle Academy came to the community, and some of us didn't support it. I was one of them. But then they ultimately won us over by sweetening the pot, so to speak. They assured us that Howard University was going to build a community clinic there, and that they were going to have a swimming pool that was going to be available to the community. They've got a swimming pool that's not available to the community, and they've never built the clinic for Howard. And DGS hasn't gone back to penalize them or to say anything to them about their failure to adhere to the contract. So I'm not happy about the performance of the district government when it comes time to entering to these contracts and then enforcing to make sure that they're complied with.
And I'm also concerned that the people that's involved won't be here in the long run. You know, I was saying the DOES director was involved, he's no longer here. The city administrator that was involved, he's no longer here. The chancellor who was here, he's no longer here. I mean, the city, I mean, it's just go down the line of the people that was involved and no longer here. And you can imagine what's going to happen in 25 years, right? We don't even know if we want to be here in 25 years, God willing, or even definitely won't be in this capacity. So I'm just concerned.
Councilmember, can I say one thing? So as much as I disagree about charter schools, the reason why I support this project at Wilkinson, because DC Prep came in and said, we don't want to do what the community don't want us to do. And you know, there's developers, there's other charter schools that say, you know what, I have a right to do this. And whether the community like me or not, I'm going to do this. Similar to what Eagle Academy was supposed to build in Fairlawn, they built an entire school, and it took your office and a whole bunch of other people to get that project shut down. And so DC Prep could have moved and built on Frankfurt Street, but they said no. They said Fort Stanton Civic Association, hey community, you don't want us to build on Frankfurt. Let's exhaust all our other options. And they found another option. So I have to commend them publicly for building a relationship and a partnership with this community.
And Councilmember White, we're a few minutes over.
All right, thank you.
Well, I want to thank this panel of public witnesses for your testimonies and for being with us today. I do want to move us to our government witness. Pardon me. And we will hear today from Keith Anderson, Director of the Department of General Services. I'll give him a moment to get queued up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Director. Good to see you and members of your team. Thank you for being with us today.
Our pleasure.
So as you all know, it's the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath. I would ask you and anyone else from the agency who may be testifying to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you very much. And you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman White, Chairman McDuffie, council members and staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development and Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. I am Keith Anderson, the Director of the Department of General Services. I'm joined today by Tawana Hicks, Acting Associate Director for the DGS Portfolio Management Division. I'm here today to present testimony regarding Bill 24-0294, the Wilkinson School Disposition Authorization Act of 2021. The legislation will authorize the disposition of district-owned real estate property located at 2330 Pomeroy Road, Southeast Washington, D.C. This property is commonly known as the Wilkinson School and known for real property taxation and assessment purposes as Square 5828, Lot 0806. Under the legislation, the DC Preparatory Academy, or DC Prep, a District of Columbia nonprofit would occupy and maintain the property pursuant to a 25-year lease with a 25-year extension option. DC Prep is a District of Columbia public charter school with a history of responsible stewardship of district property. DC Prep serves more than 2,100 pre-K 3 through 8th grade students at campuses in wards 5, 7, and 8, including a middle school campus currently located at 2501 Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue Southeast, commonly known as the Bernie School. The Wilkinson property is also located in Ward 8. The land of the property is approximately 4.2 acres. The property is improved with a building consisting of approximately 138,000 square feet of gross building area. The property was last used as a public school in 2009 and has been used as a temporary location for the Department of Employment Services DC Infrastructure Academy since 2018. Pursuant to the FY21 budget as approved by Council, DGS is working with DOES to relocate DCIA from the Wilkinson School to the property at 2500 Benning Road Northeast in Ward 5, formerly known as the Spingarn Senior High School. DCI's move will create a vacancy at the Wilkinson School and an opportunity to use the building to meet other community needs. The long-term use of the Wilkinson School building has already been contemplated in the legislative record through the Council's approval of the Wilkinson School Disposition Process Amendment Act of 2020. This law creates a specific preference for disposal of the Wilkinson building to a charter or incubator entity which leased or occupied the Bernie School as of October 1, 2020, as that property has recently been returned to the DC Public Schools portfolio. The preference in the law ensures that a charter entity, which is moving from Bernie, will have an opportunity to continue to serve the Ward 8 community through the right of first offer or the use of the Wilkinson building. Given that DC Prep currently occupies a portion of the Bernie School, the organization qualifies as a preferred entity for the disposition of the Wilkinson School under district law. Moving to the Wilkinson property, which has more unused space than Bernie, would immediately alleviate the space constraints that DC Prep is currently experiencing. However, capital upgrades are needed to the unused Wilkinson space before DC Prep makes the move from Bernie. In order for DC Prep to operate at Wilkinson during the 2022-2023 school year, DC Prep must begin construction in October of 2021. The move to Wilkinson and the associated capital upgrades will ensure that the 224 DC Prep students slated to attend in 2022, 3/4 of whom live in Ward 8, have sufficient space in which to learn. While DC Prep would initially co-occupy Wilkinson with DCIA, the charter school plans to occupy the entire building after DCIA vacates Wilkinson by the first quarter of 2025, when the new DCIA space at Spingarn Senior High School is scheduled to be complete. In light of DCIA's planned move, DC Prep has presented the executive with a long-term plan to serve 700 district families at Wilkinson by 2025, which will be supported by approximately $35 million in total capital improvements at the property to expand capacity. DC Prep estimates that to move to the Wilkinson property and subsequent capital improvements will produce over 125 construction jobs and add approximately 40 new permanent jobs. The executive believes that DC Prep's plan to continue serving its current students at the Wilkinson property and its plan for capital improvements to serve even more students as a productive use of the property and will continue to benefit district residents, particularly those from Ward 8. DGS has taken all steps required for the council's consideration of the Wilkinson School Disposition Authority Act of 2021. In accordance with district law, DGS worked with the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education, DCPS, and other district agencies to confirm there was not a viable district government use for the unused Wilkinson space and that it should be designated as a surplus property. Subsequently, DGS received a letter of support for the disposition of the property to DC Prep and from Advisory Neighborhood Commission ANC 8B, dated October 24th, 2020. Finally, DGS held a public hearing being an online platform on Tuesday, March 30th, 2021, in compliance with the Wilkinson School Disposition Process Amendment Act of 2020 and all ANC and council notice requirements. Given DC Prep's service to district students and families, their track record as a responsible steward of district property, the space constraints at their current Ward 8 campus at the Bernie property, their right of first offer to the Wilkinson property under district law, their long-term plans for capital improvement to the property, and support from ANC-B, the executive believes the disposition of the Wilkinson property to DC Prep is the best interest to the district. As aforementioned, in order to complete the planned capital improvements to the Wilkinson property by school year 2022/2023, DC Prep must begin construction process at the property by October of 2021. In light of this timeline, Mayor Bowser introduced corresponding emergency and temporary versions of the legislation before you today. DGS understands that emergency legislation has been placed on the agenda for the council's legislative meeting tomorrow, July 13th, in order to ensure it receives consideration before council recess and keeps DC Prep's construction plans on track. The agency looks forward to considering the consideration of the emergency measure tomorrow and to working with the committee and full council to move the temporary and permanent measures through the legislative process. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this measure. I'm happy to answer any questions that you or the committee may have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Anderson. So I want to start with the current tenants of the Wilkinson School, which is obviously the DC Infrastructure Academy. What will be the impact of the proposed shift of the Infrastructure Academy to Spingarn if we don't pass the emergency legislation tomorrow?
If the legislation is not passed tomorrow, then DCIA would not be able to, that would slow the process of the moving to Spingarn. But more importantly, DC Prep would not be in a position to move for the 2022-23 school year, and it would be forced to stay in a space that's not adequate for their programming needs.
Why is the moving the Infrastructure Academy contingent on the legislation tomorrow, which would?
It's not. My apologies for painting that picture. It's not contingent upon that.
Okay. So and why is the Infrastructure Academy moving to Spingarn?
So I want to be clear that when the Infrastructure Academy was first launched in, I believe that was 2018, the mayor and the city administrator were always clear that this was a permanent location where they wanted to stand up the program. So fast forward to today, DOES would like to expand the programmatic needs of the DC Infrastructure Academy to give more residents a fair shot in skill sets in the job market today. So the plan is to move to Spingarn, where they can fully build out programmatic needs to serve district residents. But I want to be clear that the move to Wilkinson from the onset was always a temporary one until we were able to locate a more permanent location for those activities and programmatic needs for the DC Infrastructure Academy.
Right. Well, why is Spingarn more appropriate for the Infrastructure Academy?
Several reasons, from what I understand from the client agency. One being it allows more space for additional programming, for training for WMATA mechanics that would work on the buses and perhaps the trains. It allowed more space for training through PEPCO and a myriad of other trainings for district residents. The Wilkinson again was a permanent location, and now DOES would like to increase their programmatic offerings for district residents, ensure that they'd be able to land good permanent jobs here in the city.
Councilmember, I just wanted to add to Director Anderson's response. There's a need to do a commercial driver's license training operation, which will occur in the exterior area. And right now, Wilkinson cannot accommodate that particular programmatic capacity, but Spingarn has the exterior space to do so. As Director Anderson said, it will also allow DOES to do more training with respect to the PEPCO poles. Right now, the poles are temporarily erected at Wilkinson, so they will have more pole capacity on the exterior of the Spingarn campus. They will also expand their solar panel training to participants, as well as doing additional training with respect to Washington Gas. So Spingarn offers a broader array of programmatic potential for DOES.
There is some community interest in keeping the Infrastructure Academy in Ward 8. Well, why is that not feasible?
I would defer to DOES on that. We are the implementing agency. DOES does engage in the community on their programming needs and why they would want to move. We are simply executing what was approved in the CIP to move the DCIA to Spingarn Senior High School.
So I need to be a little bit careful here, because what often happens is we'll have one agency come to a hearing and say we can't answer the other piece, but we have an emergency legislation before us tomorrow, and so this hearing is the only record on which many council members can make a determination. But I also want to see less of that from the administration, because I think that the council is too often making kind of blind judgments. And I'm not saying that you would do this, but I could strategically just in one agency and any inconvenient answer just say it's not in our purview. So I'm going to be very limited in kind of allowing that type of response going forward, because I just need to be more careful about making sure we get the information that we need to make the appropriate decisions. How many square feet is Wilkinson?
Approximately 138,000 square feet.
Okay. And roughly, can you tell me either how many students that can accommodate, or let me know an occupied school that is roughly that size?
Do you have a sense of how many students can? I believe the plan for DC Prep, once DCIA moves, is to have approximately 700 students in that building.
Okay. How many square feet is the new Benjamin Banneker High School?
I'd have to get that number for you. I believe it's bigger than Wilkinson.
You believe it's bigger? Okay. If you could let me know, I got about 4 minutes on this round. Hopefully somebody on your team can shoot that. I'm trying to get a sense of scale. Wilkinson seems very big for the use that DC Prep is indicating, but I'll be honest, I don't really know, because I'm trying to find a comparable size school. And what's the assessed value of Wilkinson?
We did an appraisal, and it was about $928,000.
Now, can you kind of unpack that a bit? Because obviously, if I if a constituent asked me how much, what's the value of Wilkinson, and I told them less than $1 million, they throw me out. So help me understand how you get to that number.
So the appraisal is helpful because they are going in and, of course, comparing it to other comparable properties. The important thing to understand with respect to Wilkinson is this is an appraisal in its as-is condition. There are significant improvements that are required to bring the property up to full capacity. That appraised value also factors in to consideration that all of the operating and maintenance responsibilities will reside with the respective tenant.
Okay. Is that a normal part of an appraisal, sort of the operations and who will cover the cost of operations?
Yeah, it has to be factored in, especially with our charter school programming. Our typical transactions, when we do these long-term ground leases with charter schools, all of the maintenance and operational expenses shift to the tenants. So the district is no longer responsible. So that those costs factor into, in addition to just the capital improvements that they intend to put into the school.
Okay, so I know that if we lease a building, that the operational costs will shift to the tenant. I guess what I'm asking is it common for us to reduce the future operating costs from the kind of value of the land to land at that $928,000 assessment?
We have historically always relied on appraisals, and those are the factors that that they take into consideration. As again, and they also compare, other market rate comparable transactions in making that determination. But that's always been DGS's method.
Okay, and who does the that assessment? Is the appraisal done by DGS or an independent third party?
It's done by an independent third party. Morris E. James, I think, was the appraiser for this particular one.
Okay. I'm out of time for this round, so let me, yes.
The Councilmember, I just want to address, Matt, that there's a full, my team or my staff informed me that there's a full record from the FY21 budget process with regard to DCIA move, where you would find any opposition to this disposition.
Okay. Were you able to find the square footage of Banneker?
Not yet. I don't have that one quite yet, but I'm working.
All right. Thank you. Chairman McDuffie.
Thank you, Chairman White. Let me see if I can pick up with some of the statutory requirements without being redundant of things that were already asked. Can you all speak to the hearing that was conducted and is required under the DC Code with respect to surplus and dispositions? The executive is required to have a hearing in the public and give notice to the affected, and I'm saying that in quotes, affected advisory neighborhood commissioners. If somebody can describe that process, when it happened, who was provided notice, and when the hearing occurred?
Yes, Chairman, I will let Mrs. Hicks give you the specifics, but I can say that pursuant to the Wilkinson School Disposition Process Act of 2020, we followed everything in terms of notifications that was prescribed in the act, which means we notified the affected ANC, and for us, our interpretation was ANC 8B04, as well as the respective ANC, which is 8B. We also notified the council member's office, the respective council member's office, and we also published notification in the public register. And so I'll let Ms. Hicks give you a little more specifics on the dates and times of when that happened, but that is what we did. And I believe, we followed the letter of the law in order to work us through this process.
That's correct, Councilmember. We held the hearing on March 30th. Our ANC notices were sent out on February 18th of 2021. The notice in the register was published on February 26th, and the hearing was held via an online platform again on Tuesday, March 30th.
Okay. Now this was obviously a hearing about the surplus and disposition of the Wilkinson School. But within the Wilkinson School is the Infrastructure Academy. Did any of the witnesses at the public meeting discuss the Infrastructure Academy and what the surplus and disposition of the Wilkinson School portended for the actual Infrastructure Academy? What does it mean when you surplus and dispose of the Wilkinson School? What does it mean for the Infrastructure Academy? Did that come up? And if so, what the conversation entail?
The conversation was primarily concerns from community members with respect to parking and traffic that DC Prep could potentially bring to the Wilkinson, the surrounding neighborhood of Wilkinson. So DCIA was not a big topic of discussion that evening.
To the extent that there is a record that reflects concerns, that we would want to know about that. And I want to ask a question. I'm almost anticipating the answer. I don't want to do that. So let me just ask it. But I think we heard some testimony today about the concerns about moving the Infrastructure Academy and what it means for the community where it is currently located, not just simply the community adjacent to the Infrastructure Academy and the Wilkinson School, but the broader community of Ward 8 and even parts of Ward 7 to move the Infrastructure Academy to the campus of Spingarn, which is located in Ward 5. Can one of you all speak to the thought process by the executive in making the determination that Spingarn was a more appropriate site? I know I've heard some of the concerns about the size of Wilkinson and the ability to really put in place the entirety of the program for the Infrastructure Academy, but I want to hear it from you all. I know you touched on it a little bit earlier, Ms. Hicks, but I want to give you an opportunity to expound on that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. What I want to just start out with is that from the onset of standing up the DC Infrastructure Academy, the current location was meant to be temporary until we found a location where DOES could fully roll out their programmatic activities. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not callous to what's going on in Ward 8 in terms of the employment rate, unemployment rate, and a myriad of other issues that we're facing over there. But the thought was to ensure that the DC Infrastructure Academy can serve all residents in all wards. And as we looked at our current assets, owned assets, Spingarn was one, not being used, and two, had the square footage as well as the outdoor space in order for DOES to fully roll out its programmatic activities. And I believe that is what drove the decision, one, having that space available, and then the space to roll out its programmatic activities to ensure that we serve residents of all 8 wards to give them a fair shot. But I am not callous to the situation in Ward 8. I understand where Councilmember Trayon White is coming from, but I think we had to look at equity in all 8 wards, for all 8 wards, and ensure that folks from wards 1, 2, 3, 4 across the city are able to come to a location that is convenient in order to ensure that we put folks to work, quite frankly.
Okay, and you all have already spoken to the appraisal, so I won't rehash that. I don't know that, let's talk about the terms. What are the terms of the lease?
Right, so the terms of the lease, the initial term is 25 years. And anytime we enter into a lease that is, so what's happening here is the DC Prep has committed to making capital improvement projects. I believe to the tune of $35 million it is. And so in order for them to finance that, they need at least 25 years to finance those capital improvements. So the initial lease is 25 years with an extension option of another 25.
Okay, and the annual rent that is proposed to be paid?
I can't find it. The initial annual rent will be about $399,000. You do have to factor into that we will be offering rent credits based on the amount of capital improvements that DC Prep anticipates to put into the property. Okay. But the rate based on the appraisal and the square footage that they will occupy in this first phase, that's the anticipated rent amount, about $399,000 for the year.
And I'm going to ask you, Ms. Hicks, to give a little bit more detail around the rent credit. I know what it means, and I have some of this stuff in front of me, but I'd love for you to just make sure the record is clear. But before I do that, can I do a quick time check? Chairman White, I lost track of what time it was when I started.
Yeah, you have about 3 minutes left.
Yeah, thanks. So if you could talk a little bit more about what the rent credit means, for folks who might not understand how that works. So when we say what the initial amount is for the rent payments, there's also a monthly amount, but there is a rent credit in the agreement. Can you talk about what that means?
That's right. We offer a rent credit for all of the capital improvement costs. Those are hard and soft costs that the tenant puts into the property. And that's $1 for dollar abatement of rent. So it's a credit that goes against rent they would owe based on our initial negotiated price.
Okay, and you may have already mentioned this, but what's the estimated cost of construction?
All in, I think they're in DC Prep is anticipating 35 million.
Okay. So is DC Prep anticipated to pay any rent given the amount of money that they're expected to pay in construction?
Likely not, maybe towards the end of the term. We just have to see it. That's an estimate. So we're not sure exactly how much. We will know when we negotiate the lease, what their proposed budget is after they've had a chance to submit their design plans and specifications. But in the beginning years, certainly not. The abatement would cover the rent costs.
And have you all had any conversations, by you, I mean the executive across the board, not just DGS, to your knowledge, has the executive had any conversations about the other building that DC Prep acquired and had intended to, it wasn't a building, but the land, I guess, on Frankfurt that was discussed earlier. Is there any conversations about what happened there?
Not to my knowledge, Mr. Chairman.
All right. And I've got about another minute or so, let's see what else. What about what's been your all's experience with DC Prep? If you have knowledge about how they have complied with the law of the District of Columbia with respect to government beneficiaries. Have you all had occasion to interact with them and their contractors around the use of CBEs and First Source?
So I can say that DC Prep has been thus far good stewards of this district property. And so we have not had any issues with them. In terms of their construction, I'm not certain what their involvement has been with the CBE community, but we can look into that.
Okay.
I did hear earlier that the general contractor that they have slated to perform work at Wilkinson is a local CBE general contractor. But before that, I'm not sure.
Okay. Let me just ask you one last question, because I see we've been joined by at-large Councilmember Lester Silverman, and we still have Councilmember Trayon White to go. Let me ask sort of a more global question. Does this surplus and disposition comply with the terms of, I should say the terms of the DC Code 10801, and to the extent it was modified in the Budget Support Act by the council? Every aspect of our laws, does it comply with that, Director Anderson?
We've complied with district laws in terms of, I think you're referencing notification.
Well, everything that is required of you all by 10-801, and to the extent the council in the budget process last year modified that or made any exceptions, does it comply with what we put in the Budget Support Act and as by virtue of that incorporated into the code?
It does, and we are in compliance, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that's all for me, Chairman White. Thank you, for now at least.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Councilmember Trayon White.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Anderson and staff. I noticed I keep hearing you say that the original intent for this site was supposed to be temporary. And I'm concerned about that because I was at the conversation before its inception of DCIA. And I think at this time you were at DPR as a director. And the initial intent for this was to be put and on a plot of land at St. Elizabeth's East Campus. Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. And that was the original intent. The conversation then led to that they had partners. One which was in a lawsuit that was providing funding for this, and also some other research put together that needed to get started early to ensure the residents had an opportunity to take advantage of some careers that was already in place in the pipeline. And so then it became a conversation about Wilkinson, in which we sat down and came to some agreement with after money was taken out of the budget and put back. Wanted to ask you how much money, I mean, since then, I think it was 2017, when we first started having a conversation, since then has been invested into Wilkinson to retrofit this space of the DC Infrastructure Academy?
Other than the initial investment in the Wilkinson Academy, I would have to look and see how much money has been invested in the Wilkinson Academy since 2018. I do know we are doing the general maintenance and things of that nature, but I would have to go back and essentially tally up how much money or how much investments we've made since its opening in 2018, and I'll try to do that with short order.
All right. I think I heard you say that Wilkinson was 138,000 square feet. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's 138,000.
How much thing on?
I'll get the number for Spingarn. I do have the number for Banneker. Banneker is 175,000 square feet. I need to get you I'll get you the number for Spingarn.
All right. And I heard you talk about this appraisal for $928,000. For me, that's hard for me to believe. I'm a former licensed appraiser. I went to school for real estate appraisal, and I do understand there was a vacant lot that was sold on Gainesville, which is about 4 blocks from there, for over $2 million. So I'm not understanding how a lot that big can be sold, can be appraised for $928,000 from an independent appraiser. And the independent appraiser don't go into the government details of a building. They go for land highest and best use based on comps in that area for property similar, or if not similar, have to do addendum for something in a larger area to justify the price. So I'm not sure how they came up with that low amount for a property that size with that amount of land in Washington, D.C. And I'm pretty sure if investors know about that as an appraiser, people would be jumping on and knocking on the door. I want to know from you, how do we select DC Prep to be the school in which this property will be occupied by? Because I can imagine, I know I get a lot of calls, a lot of emails, a lot of contacts from people saying they would like to use one of our government buildings for their particular interest or business or school.
So I think the councilman has 2 questions. One is around this appraisal and how that was derived, and 2, the selection process, or how DC Prep got primacy to the building. Can you speak to those 2 things?
Sure. So the appraisal, as I was discussing before, they do factor into consideration the as-is condition of the building and what is expected. The appraisal is being done with the ultimate output to provide us with a per rental, a per square foot value in terms of rent. And it does factor into consideration all of the operating expenses that will be required to be for any tenant that would take that on. With respect to your other question, I'm sorry, could you repeat what that was? Your last question?
DC Prep.
Well,
how was DC?
Okay, yes. The Wilkinson Disposition Act of 2020 required that the school be disposed of to either a charter school incubator or a charter school entity that was occupying the Burney School as of October 2020. So those at the time, those two entities were DC Prep and the Charter School Incubator Initiative.
Okay. And how do you all decide along with the deputy mayor for them pay who gets what to figure out if that's the best use for this particular property? Is there a grading scale? Is there some things laid out? Is a ranking? How does that decide? How is that decided?
Councilmember, as Tawana just referenced, the change to 10801 that council approved as part of the FY21 budget basically put a preference for the two organizations that are currently at Burney. Tawana can jump in, but my understanding is that between those two, CSII was also received the preference, but was not interested in the Wilkinson property. And therefore, out of the two organizations that had preference under the law that council approved, that preference fell to DC Prep at that point in time.
I guess I'm asking, are there other entities considered, or this was just decided based on those two things happening at Burney?
Well, so those entities at Burney had the preference under the laws approved under the BSA. But in addition, my understanding from the portfolio team is that there were not other parties interested in the property that we heard from at any point. Tawana would have to confirm that, but that's my understanding.
But I don't know if that would be true. I was on the school board prior to being a council member, and there's never a time. I mean, you hear about Wilkinson, you hear about Winston, you heard Malcolm X. There's always someone beating at the door talking about these schools, man, a few times a week. So I'm not sure how you can say there's no other interest out of anyone else than these two entities. Are you sure that's a fact?
I do not have any record of other parties being interested in the property. And as Matt emphasized, we were merely implementing the preference that was written into the law.
And are you all familiar with I hear you talking about it was approved in the BSA, I believe the year before it was submitted before and was taken out. Are you all familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with the record. Are you referring to then the FY20 BSA? I'm trying to keep the fiscal years correct. I believe it was included in
to my understanding,
the
BSA, second time budget. So my understanding, it was submitted in the budget twice. The first time it was taken out, the second time it passed. I don't know, we missed it, but I would assure you we would have took it out. Somehow we missed it. Are you familiar with the first time it was put in?
I wasn't involved in the FY20 BSA process with regard to this subtitle. So no, I'm not familiar with that, but I do know that it was approved by council in the FY21 BSA. And therefore DGS needed to move forward with implementation as required by the law.
And Ms. Hicks, how long have you been with the agency?
I have been with the agency since 2017. But not in this capacity.
Okay, I got you. Just trying to filter through, because as you know, when we do these dispositions, we have to ensure that this is the best use for this property. Just trying to, see who was there, how do you filter with all the need for use of space and the many growing charter schools in DC. As you all know, I talked about it earlier when I opened my opening statement that we have 42 schools, and I believe of that 42, 22 are public charter schools. And in my short tenure in public office, I've seen at least 7 of those schools close down. I actually attended a charter school in Southwest Washington, D.C. called Tech World Public Charter School, which is also closed down. And I didn't even go about the list citywide. And briefly, Director, you talked about, you mentioned Bernie, and we are in a debacle with Bernie as far as the building use agreement based on the contract. How are we avoiding situations like that with this current potential contract that we had before DC Prep?
Yeah, council member, we have provisions in place that would require a tenant like DC Prep to operate within the permitted use that we require, which is that of a charter school or potentially some other educational use. If they strayed from that, if they were in any way in default of any of the other lease provisions, we have the ability to step in and reclaim possession of the school.
Councilmember,
What
we're a little
provisions
bit.
can you be more deep? Can I get one more minute if you may, Chairman?
Certainly.
I can't hear you. Chairman?
Yes, no problem.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm looking at schools like Congress Heights, who once the government owned, and now the government has to pay over $20 million to lease that space back from a private entity for use for UDC. And I'm concerned, right? With the same thing that's potentially happening with Excel. Because I don't know what's going to happen in 25 years with this potential school. And I hope the school stays open. I hope it produces some of the best minds in the world. But again, I want to ensure if we're thinking about going down this path that we use our lawyers, our best thinking minds to ensure that we're not in a position where we have to be in litigation somewhere down the road with this school about this particular building.
Understood. And just for the record, DC Prep does operate another school at 141st Street. I think it's the Benning School. And we executed a lease with them. Oh, no, I'm just talking about with respect to their relationship with district government. We have a lease with them, and that was executed in 2014. And thus far, they have been good operators. We have no complaints.
And do we have any other leases with them? With these others, I think Mr. Neal said seven locations.
That is the only school that I'm aware of. 141st Street Northeast, the Benning School.
And Councilmember, to answer your question from earlier, Spingarn is approximately 225,000 square feet.
And I'm also sorry, Councilmember, there is a lease with DC Prep currently at Bernie School. So they lease about 13,000 square feet in the Bernie School right now on the ground floor from the district.
Got it. And do we know who they're leasing the building from? I guess that's V Street.
I'm sorry, do we know who DC Prep is leasing the building from at Bernie?
Yeah, it's a school. They're operating another school in Ward 8 at the Anacostia campus.
Not familiar with that. I'm not familiar with that one, Councilmember. I will need to check with the team on that.
Councilmember, there will be another round if you have additional questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sylvia, welcome.
Thank you so much, Chairperson White, and good afternoon, Director Anderson and Matt. It's good to see you. And
good afternoon, Councilmember.
Good afternoon, Councilmember.
Ms. Hicks, good to meet you. Okay, so I have been, I was listening in earlier to some of the public witness testimony. I missed my colleagues' rounds, my apologies. I was in another meeting. So we might be covering some similar territory, but let me not waste any more time. So I think there was a discussion about what the Labor Committee did in the BSA last year. I think what we were asking is from DGS to get an understanding of how we ended up at Spingarn, in that I had talked to my colleague, Councilmember Trayon White, for the desire for DCIA to stay in Ward 8. It has been a journey with DCIA. While Councilmember White was talking, my remembrance of this is that initially we had a big capital budget allocation of like 30 million or something that perhaps, I don't doubt Councilmember White was right. Maybe it was supposed to be at St. Elizabeth's East. I think there was actually never a solid plan initially. Then it moved to Malcolm X Opportunity Center temporarily. Then it ended up at Wilkinson. And then last year we heard about the plan for Spingarn. But what we asked is for both DOES and DGS to give us to do a review of any possible sites in Ward 8 that were under consideration. So Director Anderson, did that happen? Were there any other sites beside Wilkinson that were considered for DCIA, and how did we end up at Spingarn?
Absolutely, Councilmember. So what I do know is that from the onset, the space at Wilkinson for DCIA was always meant to be a temporary space until we found a location where DOES can build out, is fully build out its programmatic activities for the DC Infrastructure Academy. And I do know that for the last, I believe it's been about 3 years at this point since they've moved into Wilkinson, the search has been on for a new space for the DC Infrastructure Academy. I do know, I don't recall all the sites that we looked into to move it, but I do know we looked at a site at, I believe it was 1800 MLK, 1800.
That's correct.
1800 Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue. But it did not fit the programmatic needs for the DC Infrastructure Academy, especially for the PEPCO program. And so we continue to look throughout the city, and I think we landed on Spingarn. One, it has the capacity, it's about 225,000 square feet, the building space. That does not include the outdoor space around the building, where we could permanently put the PEPCO program, as well as a few other programmatic needs outside, as well as occupy, again, the 225,000 square feet inside. So I believe we landed on Spingarn, rather. One, it has the space for the programmatic needs for DOES. Two, it is a bit more centrally located for all residents to attend. But I do not want to be, and I was having a conversation with Councilmember Trayon White earlier. I do not want to be sensitive or insensitive, rather, to the needs of Ward 8. But when we're looking at this asset, we have to look at it for residents in all 8 wards. And so to ensure that DOES can really reach their programmatic needs, to ensure that residents that need or want to participate in this program are able to come to a convenient location, this is why Spingarn was selected.
Okay, let me pursue this just a little bit more. So I have perhaps a different recollection in that I remember at one point the then city administrator Rashad Young had told me Wilkinson was going to be permanent, and I thought that's why PEPCO built out its pole climbing campus in the back. Then I remember City Administrator Young telling me, whoa, and then I visited Wilkinson once, and like large swaths of the building were yellow taped off. And when I asked about that, the city administrator told me that there were structural concerns that certain parts of the building were actually a hazard. and they were not allowing people in those parts of the building. And then there was, and then all of a sudden there was the Spin Garden proposal. Here's the thing, and Councilmember Trayon White might have made this point already, but he has made the argument to me that Wilkinson, he believes, is a good site, because a lot of Ward 8 residents who might be students at the Infrastructure Academy kind of see it as neutral ground. And he has a very big concern, which he might have shared with you, that other sites, including Spin Garden, are not. So there's going to be less participation and more of, I guess, a personal safety hazard of attending classes at DCIA if we move it out of the Wilkinson. What are your thoughts on that?
Getting to the taped off sections of Wilkinson,
right.
There are parts of the building that need capital improvements. That's the bottom line.
Right.
So we wanted to make sure that the parts that were occupied were safe for the occupants and the folks that are teaching the classes or attending the classes. But there are parts of the building that need capital investments. Hence the reason why DC Prep, before moving in, is slated to make approximately $35 million in capital improvements to the Wilkinson building, which they want to start October of this year in order to be ready for the 22-23 school year.
Let me pause you there, the Director Anderson, because Spin Garden had been abandoned, right? I mean, I remember the stories about Spin Garden where people like, I think NBC4 might have done it. I mean, Wilkinson is structurally unsound, but Spin Garden, I think in its current state is also structurally needs major structural improvements. I don't know about the hazards of it, but I guess what I'm puzzled about is we're moving DCIA from Wilkinson, where there needs to be major capital investments, to another sort of formerly abandoned DCPS campus that also needs structural improvements. So, the conspiracy theorists here would say, we're doing this basically to give DC Prep a building. Why are the conspiracy theorists wrong?
So I don't want to say that Spin Garden needs structural improvements. It does need capital improvements, and what those are, I'm not. We have to hire an A&E firm to go in and do and take a very hard look at what the building needs. But I do not want to say it needs structural improvements. But it does need capital improvements. It may need a new roof, it may need new chillers, it may need new boilers, things of that nature, paint job, several things. So I don't want to say that we're walking into another situation where a building needs structural improvements, albeit it does need improvements. So as of right now, there's approximately, I want to say $54 million slated in the 22 and 23 budget to make those capital improvements in Spin Garden so that when they do open the doors, I believe it's the first quarter of 2025, which we're slated to open Spin Garden, that the building is ready for the DC infrastructure to go. And that's when DC Prep is slated to make additional capital improvements to Wilkinson and fully use the entire building.
Let me ask the question a different way. How much capital money are we putting into Spin Garden, and how much capital money was estimated to make Wilkinson a viable DCIA campus? And the thing I see two advantages to the Wilkinson campus, in that one, Pepco has already made their investment in the back with their poles, and two, Councilmember White's argument that this might be geographically a better location for a lot of the students who will be going to the Infrastructure Academy.
I definitely respect Councilmember White's concern about what I'll call safe passage.
Right, safe
especially,
passage, exactly.
Especially given my experience at DPR with neighborhoods that may have beefs
Exactly.
and young and potential students having to walk through certain neighborhoods to get to another one. I respect his concern there, and I'm willing to work with his office to ensure as we move forward that we do have safe passage, because that does affect some of our potential and current students' ability to get to and from certain places, especially I dealt with it in the summertime with recreation centers. So safe passage is a real concern that I totally respect for Councilmember White.
I might be running out of time. I'm unsure if there's a clock. I see a nodding of head. So I apologize.
There is a running
Councilmember-
clock. Yeah.
Oh, there is a clock. I will have to figure that out for the next round. But as I wrap up this round, so what is the capital investment we're putting dollar-wise into Spingarn, and how does that compare with the investment that's needed by DC Prep into Wilkinson?
So what's currently slated in the CIP for Spingarn is approximately $54 million, I believe.
54 million.
And what was slated, I would have to get what was slated for Wilkinson originally. I don't have that number off the top of my head. But
What is
Councilman-
DC Prep planning on putting into Wilkinson?
DC Prep is planning on spending about $35 million in Wilkinson.
Sounds cheaper.
Perhaps.
Okay, I'm going to leave it at that, Director Anderson, because I'm out of time.
35 million, the first tranche will be used to build out the unoccupied space. Then when DC Infrastructure Academy moves, then they will use another part of that money to fully build out the entire building. That's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you. I'm out of time, apparently.
Absolutely. There may be another.
I hope there's
Thank
another
you,
round.
Councilmember Silverman. Yeah, there'll be another round. We're actually moving into the second round now. Director Anderson, the letter of intent or the LOI that you all submitted to the council indicates that DC Prep would nominally owe rent payments to the district, and some of this was covered and actually just touched on. But the LOI's provision on the so-called rent credits would give them a rent deduction based on their construction costs, and it seems from Ms. Hicks on utility costs. So the chief financial officer says that in practice, we shouldn't expect any net revenue. Is this typically what happens when we transfer buildings to charter schools?
It has happened in other transfers or as we dispose of property. But I want Mrs. Hicks to further elaborate on that. I would like to correct the record that the budget for Spingarn is $47.7 million. I said 54. I apologize.
Just a further correction of the record, or clarification, I should say. The 47 that the director is referring to is what's in the 6-year plan for proposed funding. We do have a $10.9 million $11 million allotment already in the agency's budget. So there's just a distinction between the current allotment and the proposed funding over the 6-year SIP, which is the 47.7 that the director references.
What is that 47.7 based on?
That's based on estimated costs from our capital construction team in terms of what they think it will take to build out the location. That applies to the whole SIP, right? Based on the estimated costs that the construction team gives us.
I must have missed something because I thought Director Anderson indicated that you still needed a firm to go in to Spingarn to really understand what the building needs.
An A&E firm, an architectural and engineering firm that will help us truly nail down the number of what the construction costs will be. And based on the report from the A&E, we may have to value engineer some things or not. But we will not have a firm number until we bring the A&E firm on board.
So, I mean, I guess from the council's position, we have no idea what the final number will actually be. It may be 47 million, it may be way north of 47 million. All right.
I'm sorry. If I could, I think the SIP is best looked at as a rough order of magnitude estimate based on our capital construction professionals. I think what the director is trying to clarify is that we won't know the full needs of the building until we get the AE in place. But we're still working on a rough order of magnitude estimate from our construction professionals in-house when we construct the SIP with the budget team.
Okay, so you believe this is roughly the final number, roughly?
Roughly.
All right, because I guess what I worry about is if DGS comes back and says, this is actually going to cost $100 million, and we've already transferred Wilkinson to DC Prep, then really there is no choice that we have to undertake whatever it costs to move the Infrastructure Academy to Spingarn. So there are major pieces of the puzzle that we don't necessarily have yet. That makes me a little bit nervous. I mean, that's not a question because that seems to just be the state of play. Let me ask this: why did you decide to execute a 25-year lease rather than some other period, longer or shorter?
In order for DC Prep to finance the capital improvement projects, they need at least 25 years in order to do that.
Okay. And if DC Prep runs into challenges within those 25 years and ceases use of the property, what happens?
There's several measures within the lease that will hold them accountable, as in within any lease. And I'll let Ms. Hicks describe what those are.
They would be in default, and we would take possession of the property.
Would that result in any additional costs to the district?
I suppose that depends on the extent of improvements that have already been completed and, where that would fall in the timeline.
What do you mean? So they're going to pay for the improvements up front, right? And essentially we're paying them back by, I guess, amortizing those improvements over the lease term, I mean, roughly.
So their construction will happen in 2 phases. The initial phase, they will occupy, think about 59,000 square feet. And then when DCI leaves, they will renovate the remainder of this space. When we start lease negotiations, we will be able to review their proposed budget, scope, specifications, so we'll have a better sense of what that final investment will be, the ultimate investment will be.
Okay, so once they finish the investment with respect to constructions or modifications, if they need to end their lease, will the district owe them money, or will they have to kind of eat that cost?
No, the district would not owe them money.
Okay. When was the last time the district evaluated the condition of the Wilkinson School, and what did that evaluation find?
I would have to get back to you.
Are there any are there any distinctive LOI provisions here that aren't in your standard out-lease agreements?
No, these provisions are fairly standard. The only thing that is unique, as I stated before, is kind of the phased approach of construction. Normally the school is vacant, and the construction occurs in one foul swoop with respect to the tenants. But this will be happening in 2 phases. But all the other provisions are standard.
Okay. Are you aware of any special commitments that DC Prep has made to ensure its presence continues to benefit the neighborhood?
Not specifically. I would defer to DC Prep. I think we have had conversations with them. I think they're in conversation rather with the Fort Stanton Community or Recreation Center to potentially house some uses, do some shared uses of the gym and the facility, the exterior facilities. But I would defer those questions to DC Prep.
What's the plan for the Bernie School space after DC Prep moves out?
Excel will expand and take over that space.
Okay, so they will be the sole occupant tenant. Okay,
that's correct.
And how does or did DGS, DCPS, and the Deputy Mayor for Education and any other relevant agencies ensure that this disposition process fits into our broader facilities and enrollment planning for schools?
So DME conducted a surplus analysis and they relied on, I think it's the master plan. They've looked at utilization rates of the surrounding schools and realized that those were low to moderate. And so there was enough expansion within the DCPS sector of schools that Wilkinson was determined as not being needed to fulfill any kind of additional space constraints that DCPS had in the neighboring or adjacent schools. But that analysis was done by DME.
Okay. Are there any remaining points of disagreement between the executive and DC Prep on the Wilkinson School?
No, we have to negotiate an actual lease agreement, but I'm sure we will come to a favorable agreement with respect to the district, but there are no points of disagreement at this time.
How long does that usually, or how long do you anticipate that taking?
We will have to make this a priority if we are to execute it prior to, if council, moves this disposition forward, and we are to make the deadline that DC Prep is setting in terms of beginning construction in October. So it will be a high priority assignment for my division.
Could DGS feasibly negotiate this while the council, while it sits with the council, that is to say, couldn't you go ahead and negotiate a lease and allow the permanent legislation to go through the normal course?
No, we would wait for council approval.
Why? Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. You could do it.
Councilmember, our general procedure is to wait for council approval before negotiating a full lease. We filed the letter of intent, the LOI, with the council as part of legislative package. You'll recall recently we had a hearing on the Capitol Hill Arts Workshop at the BB Fringe School that proceeded under the same process, whereby we filed an LOI with council as part of our legislative package, waited for council approval, which I think that it's still pending for CHAW, but we're waiting for council approval before executing that lease. We would do the same in this process. So we're following the same process as usual with regard to Wilkinson, except that there are some changes that's approved by council under the FY21 BSA, as we discussed earlier.
All right. So what you're saying is that your normal process is to do it in a reverse, is to do it in the order that you're doing it. But our normal process is to not move these on emergency. So you're asking us to undertake a process that's not normal. And I'm asking, why don't you undertake the process that's not normal and let us do our normal process?
I could be mistaken, Councilmember, but I believe we'd be in violation of 10801 if we were to execute a lease of greater.
I know you can't execute it, but negotiate, I'm saying.
Well, we negotiated the LOI. I would defer to Tawana to sort of discuss the distinction between an LOI and a lease.
Yeah, and Councilmember, I think it is important to understand that the LOI, it does form the basis for the lease agreement. And usually we have, that is the opportunity where we hash out a lot of points of contention. So now that we have the business terms in place, the negotiation of the lease should not take that long.
I guess what I'm suggesting is whether it's possible to negotiate a lease subject to council approval to allow the council to go through its normal process, which seems like it would still meet the October timeline for DC Prep to begin construction.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, could you repeat that?
So if DGS negotiated a lease subject to council approval, the council could pass this theoretically in September, and DC Prep could still begin construction in October, which is what they indicated they intend to do or hope to do.
I'm not aware of cases where we've fully negotiated and executed a lease without prior council approval. I believe that would cause some problems with 10801. We can certainly double check with our legal team, but our general process has been that council approves leases of greater than 15 years, and then we negotiate and execute the lease. So I can double check with legal, but I'm not sure that's something that we would be able to do.
Okay, but I think you know that I'm saying you can't. I know that you can't sign a lease without council approval. I know that you know that we're all on the same page. That's not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is that you possibly could negotiate a lease subject to council approval, so it would be signed kind of as soon as council approves it. I know it's not your preference, but my preference is not to do this on emergency. And so what I'm trying to figure out is if this is in fact a possibility.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Chairman, and I would just need to check with our legal team to ensure that we could do that.
Okay, if you would let us know, I would appreciate it. Yeah, and do you understand DC Prep's timeline? So I know DC Prep has indicated that they have to start construction by October in order for to be ready for the 22 school year. Has DGS done kind of any analysis of that claim?
We are aware that they occupy about approximately 13,000 square feet in the current Bernie school. And we do understand that their enrollment is increasing, and they are essentially bursting from the seams and are looking to expand and want to do so by 2022, 2023. So we do understand that there is a need for DC Prep to have additional space. And we are aware of that. And this is why we're working diligently to ensure that the youngsters have adequate space to learn.
I agree with that. I guess what I'm saying is if somebody challenges this and says, DC Council, why did you approve this? They didn't, really need to start construction in October. The only thing I kind of have, the only information I have whatsoever on their construction timeline is that they said to us, we have to start by October. I don't know. I can take them at their word. I just don't know if there's, if you have any more information than that.
Well, Councilmember, yes, our capital construction team is intimately involved in kind of vetting the schedule, the scope, specifications with respect to DC Prep's assertions around improvements to the site and that particular sector of the building. So yes, we do have our capital construction team partner with us to vet those assertions.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I guess all I would say before I pass it to Chairman McDuffie is if you could get us an analysis as to whether DGS could negotiate a lease subject to council approval, if that would indeed meet DC Prep's timeline. It seems like it might, but obviously you all would know better. So if you would help us before we vote on this tomorrow to understand that, that'll help the council in its analysis as to whether or not the emergency is necessary. Councilmember,
we're happy to do that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
My
you.
apologies, I was on mute.
Chairman McDuffie.
Thank you, Chairman White. I don't have any questions at the moment. If I have anything else before we close out, I'll let you know. So I'm good for the moment.
Thank you. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes, thank you. I guess I was still trying to get some clarity on the what happens in the case of DC Prep, I guess, breaking their lease. I was given examples of what happened at Congress Heights, or an example what happened at Excel Academy. Can you, if DC Prep breaks their lease, you talked about the provisions. What happens in the provisions that gives DC some cushion, if we may say?
So if DC Prep were to default on their lease in some way, shape, or form, the District of Columbia would recover the asset, meaning we would take that property back. And I think Councilmember Chairman Robert White's concern earlier was, would we owe them any money as opposed to as a part of that? And the short answer is no. So if they were to default on their lease, we would recover the asset, and then we would figure out the future use of that asset moving forward. Is that another school, another charter school, or rather, what may, whatever that use would be. But we do know that DCPS and the DME have determined that this asset that is in their inventory is no longer needed given their master plan. So if that lease would be defaulted on, we would recover the assets, Councilmember.
What happens in the case they want to sublease?
They would have to negotiate that sublease through DGS, so we would be a part of that. They could not just arbitrarily sublease the asset to another entity. There would be, there's a formal process for that, which we'd be happy to lay out for you.
Can you walk us through briefly what that looks like?
Yes, sir.
It's essentially, they would come to us with the proposed sublease agreement, and we would have time to review it, and we'd have to make a written determination, we'd have to provide them with written approval before they could move forward with any such thing.
We would have to check like the sublease in terms of their financial stabilities and several other factors to ensure that they would be a good tenant moving forward. So that is a process.
Thank you. One of the things you noted in your responses to Councilmember Silverman was that there's allocated $54 million to renovate Spingarn. Yet when asked, was there structural repairs, you said you don't know because you have to get an assessment done by the A&E firm. So how do we know what it's going to take to get this building up and ready to meet the needs of a potential infrastructure academy if we haven't got that done yet? Where does this magic number of 54 million come from? How do we know that's adequate?
Right. So our team is intimately familiar with this building. And of course, the building has been offline, I believe, since 2010 or 2011. Before the building was taken offline, we do know that there were no structural challenges with the building at the time. However, I do want to make sure that once we hire the A&E, we do take a look at those things and we'll have a better estimate of what this building will cost. Now, our capital construction team, they went in, they did an assessment, and on their best assessment, this is where we got the numbers for this proposed budget, and I'm confident with those numbers. So I do want to correct the record. There's approximately $11 million available now for Spingarn, and there's a $47.7 million in the out years, meaning 2022 and 2023, for the actual construction or renovation of the Spingarn Senior High School to fit the needs of DCIA.
Thank you. And your team that went in, what type of team was that, and what's their responsibilities when they go in?
The Capital Construction Division, and they're responsible for all capital projects within our CIP, as well as giving us estimates of how much these projects will cost. They're the ones who do the estimates for schools like Banneker or other schools that we build and recreation centers that we build. So they have a very good, quite frankly, track record of estimating the job correctly. And I expect nothing different with the Spingarn job.
So I heard you talk about the safety of this building, and you said you were going to try to ensure safety for the residents coming to and from the building. How is DGS responsible to be able to do something like that?
Well, the conversation that Councilmember Silver and I had, I believe that you're referencing, is that you had a concern about safe passage from different neighborhoods from Ward 8 to Spingarn. And I was letting the council member know that I am familiar with safe passage, especially with my experience at DPR and dealing with safe passage issues, especially with youngsters going to and from school in recreation centers, things of that nature. And that I would be happy to work with your office in any capacity to ensure that the residents of Ward 8 have a safe passage to and from the DCIA moving forward.
Yeah. Just in practice, I don't know how that works. I didn't even know, DGS did that, especially
we don't, but we do. We can. There are measures that we can take to help, and whether that's security cameras, things of that nature. We don't. DGS is not poised to go out in the community and walk with children or things of that nature. We do have the government, the executive does have agencies that can assist with that. But they are our security measures that we can put in place to ensure that we can deter that kind of behavior. But when we're talking about in the community, DGS is not in a position to physically help with safe passage, meaning be on the street or on corners and things of that nature.
Thank you. What other schools are vacant in the District of Columbia?
I can provide you with a list of that, Councilman. I do not have that committed to memory.
Okay. It was something else you were supposed to get back to me, but I'm not sure if I got it back yet.
I think you asked for the square footage of Spingarn.
Yeah, you gave me that 225,
Okay.
25. It was something else. Is it possible to have 2 infrastructure academies in the district?
I would say it is possible, but right now the plan is to have 1.
Okay. Do you know I know you don't know the exact names of the buildings that are vacant. Do you know how many buildings we have vacant in the district, school buildings?
Again, I do not have that committed, that number committed to memory. I would have to get back to you on that. Or maybe I can get that before we wrap up today.
If a public charter school wants to use a DC public school facility, what's the process for that?
Ms. Hicks.
Typically, they would have to go through the 10801 process because normally they would want to have terms that are longer than 15 years. And we would also have to vet to see if it went through the Landrieu Act, if that particular school building had gone through Landrieu. Landrieu, it's a section of the code with respect to the use of school buildings.
Okay, did DC Prep go through the 10801 process?
The Wilkinson Disposition Act of 2020, it kind of truncated the 10801 process. It amended the 10801 process specifically with respect to the disposition of this school building. So it combined the surplus and disposition hearings into one meeting.
Am I correct in saying that the short answer is no, that there was a change in legislation to alter it to give preference to DC Prep?
There was an amendment to section 10801. That is correct.
And so what process did they go through to get this building?
The process that was prescribed in the Wilkinson School Disposition Process Amendment Act of 2020, which was essentially, I'm sorry, I was on mute. We went through the process that was followed was the Wilkinson School Disposition Process Amendment Act of 2020. This act essentially modified that process with 2 things. One, instead of having 2 community meetings, we had 1, and then it added the preference for schools within Bernie to serve Ward 8 residents. Those were the only 2 changes to this process. Everything else we followed to the letter of the law as prescribed in that act of 2020.
Okay. You said 1 was just altered from 1 community meeting, 2 community meetings to 1. I didn't hear the second one. I'm sorry.
That is correct. And it also added the preference for organizations operating within Bernie as of October 1 of 2020. Yeah, October 1 of 2020, it gave preference to organizations within that school. So those were the only amendments to the 10801 process.
And I believe you're referencing this March 30th, 2021 meeting. How many people attended that meeting?
I think 11 individuals.
11 people.
And just to clarify, council member, that's 11 people, not counting DC Prep and executive staff and council staff.
We also, council member, attended the ANC.
My apologies.
Oh, good.
You're off mute now.
You also attended the ANC meeting? I'm sorry.
That's correct. I'm sorry, Councilmember. Yes, we attended an ANC meeting for ANC 8B where we were invited to attend and present. And I think that occurred on March 16th, I believe. It was prior to the combined disposition and surplus hearing meeting.
And is 11 a typical number in a disposition of this magnitude, or typical for DGS meetings of something like this? Is that typical?
It was my first meeting of its kind, so I cannot speak to what's typical.
And do you know why the ANC commission, the new ANC, did not sign off on this particular disposition?
Councilmember, the letter of support was from October of 2020. So I do think there was a changeover due to the election. But we had that letter of support, so move forward.
I guess my question was that their new ANC was asked to submit a letter. Do you know why they did not submit a letter of support of this project?
I don't think they had a quorum at the meeting subsequent to that March 30th hearing. I think there were several attempts made, but I don't think they ever had a quorum.
Okay. That's all I have right now, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilmember White. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes, thank you so much. Again, my apologies if this has already been covered, Director Anderson, but now, so first I was focused on the decision to move DCIA to Spingarn. Now I want to understand how this co-location works. So my understanding is there will be 3 school years that DCIA and DC Prep will co-locate at the Wilkinson facility. Is that correct?
That is the plan. 22, 23, 24, 23, 24, 24, 25.
Okay. So I want to understand how this will work, because we have a middle school. I assume DC Prep is grades 6 through 8. So we have young people who are, I guess, probably like 11 to 13 or 14 co-located with adults. And I know co-location has had concerns before, especially like the parents of the young people being concerned that they're not only registered adults in the programs, but my experience with DCIA is like anyone can walk in to register. So I think some parent, I guess maybe putting on a hat of a DC Prep parent, there might be concerns about access to their school. So how does this work?
So that is a concern that we had as well. And so as part of the plan moving forward, both entities will be self-contained within the same building. There'll be separate entrances for DC Prep. There's be another entrance rather for DCIA. DC Prep, it will have outdoor space at the facility, which will be fenced. And there are 2 guards right now at DCIA that will assist with security measures. And so along with, I'm certain DC Prep will add cameras and things of that nature to ensure that they can keep an eye on the youngsters. So it is the same. They will be co-located within the same building, but there will be no access points for DCIA to move over to DC Prep or vice versa. So that is the plan moving forward, to make sure we keep the 2 populations separate, and so that the kids can focus on school.
So I have like a tiny bit of expertise here because I went to a high school that was co-located next to another high school, Baltimore City Public Schools. And, but here's the thing. So you couldn't access the other school internally, but of course there was tons of mixing in the parking lot and on the grounds and so forth. And I think that might be a concern as well, that you're going to have adults, some adults with criminal backgrounds who might be on the same campus with our middle school students. So how is that? How certainly we shouldn't prejudice someone for a mistake they might made in the past. But I think the bigger issue for me is we have a campus of basically, let's say 10, 11 to 14-year-olds with largely adults, you know, of varying ages and who have various backgrounds on the same campus.
I understand your concern, but so right now we do have the co-location or the separation built in. But what I'll do is I'll take your concern back to DC Prep and ensure that they have plans in place, which I know they have plans to ensure that the parents of the youngsters that will be attending this school will be comfortable with the co-location strategy.
Okay, that hasn't already been worked. It seems to me that would have been one of the major concerns is, you know, it's just a population of different age groups. We've had, I think, Director Anderson, we've had this concern with co-location of an elementary school with a high school, you know, and certainly with adults, it's even, I think, imagine even more of a concern. It's just that, you know, there are people from, you don't have really, certainly you don't have any control over people walking in front of any school, but there's less of a reason for people to be there, so you can sort of isolate who might not belong, as opposed to the Infrastructure Academy, where it does have a walk-in component. So really anyone could be hanging out there and there's no reason to believe that they're out of place in any way.
Valid concern moving forward. This actually was not a concern, or the concerns that I'm familiar with from the community and the community meeting related to parking and traffic studies.
Okay.
Always a good concern. Always a good concern because it's real, traffic and parking. But, you know, let me take this back to the team, and so that we can make sure we work with both DC Prep and our partners at DOES to ensure the safety of both populations.
Okay. And I guess to wrap up, so we are looking at doing tomorrow an emergency surplus and disposition. Is that correct?
If the council would be so moved.
Okay. And then what will be if we do that tomorrow, then what happens after that?
We can enter into full-on lease negotiations with DC Prep and move forward with this process.
Okay.
The chairman has requested that DGS look at another avenue, but if the council is so moved to move the emergency legislation, which we hope you do tomorrow, we would then move forward with full-on lease negotiations.
Let me pause you there above what you just said, Director Anderson. So the chairman, is that Chairman Mendelson? Is that Chairman White? Is that Chairman McDuffie? We got a lot of chairmen.
Oh, I was speaking to Chairman Robert White.
Chairman Robert White. Okay, so, okay, good. I wanted to make sure. Okay, so Chairman White, Robert White, has requested that you look at alternatives. Is that correct?
Well, the alternative that the chairman mentioned earlier is he has some concerns, which we respect, but he's asked if we could look at negotiating the lease without executing it if the council decides to move in a different direction. And that's something we're going to look into.
Okay. I might have to pursue that with him.
But our goal is for the council to move the emergency legislation tomorrow. So if they would like to.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions, and good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Chairman White. Yes.
Chairman White, can I just ask one question related to what Councilman Sullivan just mentioned? I know I forgot my earlier round. In terms of, I heard earlier there was an important sort of time frame for DC Prep, and I think you all may have mentioned this in your testimony. in terms of that time frame, what is the significance of October 1? Because I know that there were some conversations about not moving forward, or what happens if we don't move forward via emergency tomorrow. And I know that there's what we intend to do is to extend the date of the council's recess, which I believe puts it at September 30th, right? So there would be no council business between the time that we recess and September 30th. If October 1 is significant, then I don't know what we would get done between now and October 1, given when recess will take place. So
Yeah,
somebody, go ahead, Director.
I apologize, Chairman McDuffie. I cut you off.
No, I just wanted to see if you all could respond to the October 1, the significance of October 1, which I thought I heard mentioned earlier, because I want to make sure that the council understands going in tomorrow, as Councilman White mentioned, Chairman White mentioned earlier, this is really the only opportunity that council members are going to have to understand the significance of what is on the agenda as an emergency until tomorrow.
So the significance of October 1 is that DC Prep, in consultation with their general contractor, again, the CBE and the city, have pursuant to their scope for the project for the, I believe it's 50,000 square feet that they're looking to occupy immediately, needs from October of this year to complete the project so they can open the doors in August of 2022/23 school year. Okay. So their construction will begin this October so they can prepare for the upcoming school year.
Okay.
Out of Bernie.
Okay. That's all I had, Chairman White.
Thank you. The only thing I would clarify, the DC Prep did mention October. They didn't, to my knowledge, say October 1. So I know they want to get started construction in October. I don't think they gave a date as October 1st. So in my view, if we had a bill teed up at the first legislative meeting at the beginning of October, they may still be able to meet their timeline. I'm just trying to understand if that is a possibility. And I don't have any further questions. Councilmember Trayon, White, you had an additional question?
Yes, I remember what my question was. My question was, since 2018, how much investment has been put into Wilkinson to retrofit it to be the DC Infrastructure Academy?
I have not gotten a response on that.
It's a little over 2 million. 2 million, council member.
It only took 2 million to do that? All right.
Thank you for asking that, Councilmember Trayon White. I actually had written down that question myself to ask and apparently forgot. I'm surprised that the number is only 2 million. Well, that does complete my questions and all the panels for this hearing. So I do want to again thank all of our public witnesses and thank Director Anderson, Ms. Hicks, Mr. Scoff, and certainly my co-chair, Chairman McDuffie, Councilmember Trayon White, and Councilmember Alyssa Silverman. I want to note that for anyone who was unable to testify today, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. And you can submit additional testimony by email to the committee, to both committees, and you can submit that to the email address facilities@dccouncil.us, facilities@dccouncil.us. The record for this hearing will close at the close of business on Monday, July 26, 2021. With that, the business before these committees is concluded. The time is now 5:00 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned. Chairman McDuffie.
I'm sorry about that. I just want to, can you all, Director, give us information about the time frame that you all need on the schedule? I want to make sure we have that going in tomorrow because we're gonna have to vote on this. And if we come back with something to tee up in October, we got to make sure we have it enough time to get it in 2 votes. And so it'd be helpful to have that information from you all going into tomorrow's vote about when construction would need to start and when we would act as a council if we wanted to push it back a little bit.
We'd be happy to supply you with that information, Mr. Chairman.
My apologies for interrupting.
No problem. All right, the hearing is now adjourned. Thank you all very much.